Hello and welcome to another episode of Rolling with Difficulty. I am Noir, your humble GM for tonight. I am joined by Wally, Red, and Sophia from our usual cast, as well as a few new friends from Mage Hand High Five, Robin and Max. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, please do so now.
Woo. Hey.
Oh, you want?
Go for it.
Okay.
Real getting shoved on the stage at the talent show energy here.
Hey, my name is Max. I'm from Mage Hand High Five. Really excited to be here. I love the Die comics, so I'm really excited to play.
And I'm Robin Langenhop, pronouns they, them, and I am ecstatic about this. This is going to be kind of a wild ride. I don't know this game nearly as well as Max does, but we're going to roll with it.
Hey.
Awesome,
I don't know it that well.
Well, you did the
We'll find out.
As I hold the book.
Right.
Yep. As Max was sort of alluding to, we'll be playing in the Die RPG.
Sorry.
TTRPG. And I mean, the title will give it away as well. Don't worry.
Yeah, everyone knows what they clicked on.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
It's based on the oh my god.
She's dying.
Everyone wants me to fix things in post today, apparently.
She got Jumanji'd.
It's based on
Jumanji's when Jumanji comes out, Red, okay? You can't get Jumanji'd into Jumanji.
She's been Jumanji, welcome to the jungle.
This joke is so old at this point.
It's only a year old. It's okay.
We're going to make it through this intro if it kills us.
Jumanji comes out.
And it just might. It's a series of jungle emergencies, guys, okay?
Die RPG is based on the comics of the same name by Kieran Gillen and Stephanie Hans. Check it out. I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, I'll sort of set the premise and everyone will introduce themselves in a time that is mannerly. But does anyone else have anything to say before we get into it? Sophia, any announcements of any kind?
Well, coming up soon is going to be Campaign 3 of Rolling with Difficulty, Hunting Party. It premieres July 4th, which is very patriotic of us. And we're all very, very excited for it. So if you enjoyed the first campaign or the second, or perhaps even both, and you're like, give me more of that, you can join us in the Beastlands this summer. But other than that, I don't think we have any particular announcements. So we are all set to figure out what Die is all about.
We're all set to die, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
Okay.
Take me now.
Without further ado, let us begin. All right. It is a cold, dark evening as the five of you begin to congregate around, and this is where my first question is. You are all adults, and you have been asked by your old GM to play one last game together on the eve of your 20th high school reunion. Now, my question is, where do you guys choose to congregate? As we've discussed before, you guys used to play in a manner of locations, starting in, like, first your detention room where we all met, but later on into just other classrooms, and then eventually the house of one Anastasia Bruscelli.
Anastasia Brunelleschi, please.
Brunelleschi. Oh my god. Yeah,
what am
sorry.
I, a kind of pasta?
I apologize.
All good.
So my question to you, Annie, Red, would you have offered your house again to play in? I know that you might not necessarily have been living there before at this point, but...
I don't think I'm even staying in my house on this visit.
Okay.
I don't think Annie can or wants to do that this time around.
Then I think that your GM, Aloysius Sinclair, goes by Allie.
We're all a bunch of clowns.
I think that Allie will secretly try and find a spare classroom for you guys all to meet. So on the eve of your 20th high school reunion, you guys mingle, maybe not necessarily have fun, but try and reminisce on what your high school memories were like, which sets a good stage for you guys all returning to the high school in the evening. Who among the five of you, because Allie will obviously be the first one there to set things up, but who among the five of you do you think will be the second to arrive?
I think Xavier would be the second one to arrive.
All right. Xavier, would you like to describe your character and what they're thinking of as they enter the designated classroom that Allie is setting up in.
Okay. Xavier is in, I guess, his late 30s, if it's going to be the 20th reunion, right?
Yeah, we'd all be 38 or so.
Yeah, around like 38, 39. Average height, around maybe like 5'8", 5'9". Very neatly dressed, sweater, a colorful sweater over him. Very small, square glasses on his face. His hair line receding. A little bit of wrinkles from stress. He has just finished organizing the reunion, and he was anxious. He was not really anxious about coordinating the event, but now that all the nuts and bolts have been tied down, he's more anxious to see his old TTRPG group again as he walks into the room.
All right. Inside the classroom, you see that a number of desks have been sort of pushed together to create a larger table, and sitting at the head, scribbling on some notes, a suspicious wooden box sort of centered, almost presentation-like, in front of them is Allie, is Aloysius. From the last time that you met them, the last time that you've known them since high school, they've grown out their hair, and so it's black locks sort of cascade down to their shoulder, which they hide under a beanie. They were dressed a little bit nicer during the actual reunion, but in the intervening time between then and now, they've changed into a simple hoodie and jeans. Eye bags indicating a very tired sort of frame, but when you enter, they kind of crack a smile and they say, "Ah, Your Majesty, naturally you would be among the first to arrive. Thank you for setting this up as well as setting up the reunion."
Well, it's just what I do. These events typically need someone to pull everything together, and that's really all I've been doing the past couple of years or so. Nothing new.
Yeah. All right, who do you think is going to be next among the remaining four?
Cassandra is very punctual in her professional life, and I imagine that she remains punctual even in this sphere of fun that we're all into, so I'll probably show up next.
Fun.
All right, same question. Describe yourself, Cassandra, and what are you thinking of right before you enter the classroom?
Yeah, if you turn down the school hallway, you would see a woman on the taller side. Her hair is kept short but very neat. It's tucked behind her ears and out of her face. She's dressed very professionally, like a well-tailored suit. And you can tell that she's got money, not because there's any visible brands or anything, but because everything is very well kept and is very finely tailored to her. I think she's got some very practical small heels on. And during the reunion, you know, she was all buttoned up down to the nines, but as she's been walking down the hallway, she's let her makeup get a little bit less smudged. She rubbed her eye and it ran a little bit, and she's undone the top couple buttons of the shirt to like chill out and like taking the jacket off. So she's slowly becoming a little bit more disheveled, but still has a very certain presence about her, a very official feeling. And I think she's kind of unsure of what she's about to walk into. There's a flash through her mind of memories flooding back of wilder days, the things that she did that landed in detention, and just keeping in mind how much she's changed since then, wondering what all of her old friends have, how all of her old friends have ended up after all this time.
And as you enter the classroom, you see Allie and Xavier talking to each other. Allie, sort of facing the door that you guys would all enter, notices you first and says, "Hey, there she is. How you doing, Dickinson?"
You guys haven't changed at all, huh? What did you do to land yourselves in trouble this time, Seeing as we're all, and I'll gesture around, back in detention.
Oh, you know me. Same old, same old.
Regular rabble-rousers, as it were. Oh well, and I'll plop herself down in a desk and throw her feet up on said desk.
Okay. Who is next?
I could be next.
All right. Red, describe your character and what they're thinking of right before they enter.
Yes, Annie is probably a little bit shorter than all the assembled friends thus far. Somewhat stocky woman of about 38. Her hair color appears to be naturally a rather pale yellow, but it was dyed blue at some point and has sort of faded to a kind of sea green, and it's a short, curly shock kind of piled up on top of her head. She's not really dressed fancy. There's a suit jacket involved, but that seems to be the only concession she's made to the fact that this is ostensibly some kind of fancy party. And under it is like much more casual, like borderline athleisure stuff. And she is kind of just bouncing along, looking in every classroom, and like noticing the changes in the decor and like the changes in the smell of the building and how everything's a little bit smaller than it was when she remembers it, and probably humming to herself. She didn't really... She did the social element of the reunion party and did not get a single meaningful conversation out of any of it, so she's bored and she's restless and she's very excited to actually do something that sounds like fun.
You see, as you enter, Cassie with her feet up on the desk, Xavier and Allie talking to each other. And you were immediately taken back to the days back in high school when you guys would all gather together and play TTRPG games. Allie sort of actually gets up from their desk and begins to and takes and shakes your hand. How are you doing, Annie?
Oh, you know, same as ever. How you nerds doing tonight?
I was just saying, more of the same. Still working on that. Still working on that PhD.
Ah, man, that's rough, bud. Hope it works out for you one of these days. I can't believe I got out when I did.
Rough, bud.
What? I mean, school and me, I did my best, but it's not the environment for everyone. But I'm glad you're toughing it out.
You did your best, huh? I don't know if anyone else would really necessarily say that.
Oh, no one else would say that, but hey, story of my life.
Okay. Who's left? Who's next?
I'd like to go last. Oh, you go for it.
That's fine, yeah. So, racing down the hallway is Ripley, long, dark hair, bundled up into a messy bun on the back of their head, black button-up shirt, black slacks, sleeves that had been rolled down to cover their tattoos during the actual night have now been rolled up to reveal a long sleeve of skulls and flames and knives dripping with red ink, and their eyes are so bloodshot and tired. They've got these bags underneath. It looks like they haven't slept in days. They are tall and sallow, just starting to get a little bit of meat back on their bones after a long time of not taking care of themselves. They are running to get to this room on time, and as they skid to a halt outside the door, they take a second, almost don't go in, and then finally open the door and step in.
You see the aforementioned scene laid out in front of you, and when Allie catches your eye, they've been kind of they've had sort of a joking, almost sardonic sort of demeanor, but you see that they sort of catch your eye and take on a bit of a kinder tone, and they just say, "Ripley, how are you doing?"
Hey, yeah, sorry everybody, I had to head back and check on Haley before I could come back here, and, well, I mean, she's how she is, but I'm here, I'm glad to be here. Thank you for thinking of me.
Hey, stylish as ever.
I mean, this is not exactly my usual look, but I had to try and, put on a show for Mom, as much as that made any difference at all.
Oh, I feel that.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, thanks again. God, is there coffee or something? I just need anything in my body.
I think I stole some champagne, but I'll see if the coffee maker's around here somewhere.
Decidedly not
Actually-
champagne.
I have some snacks prepped out. Xavier goes to sort of the back of the room where they have they had prepped the room a little bit.
Do you think we can still get in trouble for sneaking into the teacher's lounge, or are we too old for that?
I'm pretty sure I still have all the keys
Zave,
to the
you
building.
are an absolute lifesaver. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. He says sheepishly as he starts to hand out. He goes around, asks people if they want coffee or tea, and then hands out bread. He has some non-gluten options as well.
Yeah, Ripley, would you say that your mom would have been the last thing that you were thinking of, or perhaps Haley, before entering this room?
It would have probably been, as much as Haley has been on Ripley's mind constantly for the last few days, that non-interaction with their mother is riding high at the top of their mind right now.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah. And then finally, how long is it until we see our last character, Max?
God, what's my name?
Oh, come on. You couldn't have forgotten Sylvester.
Sylvester Costello, also known as Sly, did not go to the reunion and is probably 40 minutes behind.
Wow.
And when he walks in, audience, it is the biggest asshole that you can imagine. He is 6'2", jacked, hair is perfect, light tan, and he knows every bit of it.
And what was the last thing on his mind before entering the room?
Checking his reflection in the windows.
Hey.
Hey. Slicking back his eyebrows a little bit, just to be sure.
Jesus fucking Christ, just gonna get this over with, I guess. Get home. Maybe something good will come out of it. And he walks in.
If you're 40 minutes late, Annie's been doodling on the chalkboard the entire time.
Okay, yeah. You see that everyone is already kind of seated and just waiting. Like, it's clear that they've been waiting for you for as long as you've been letting them wait for. But regardless, Allie still greets you with kind eyes and says, "When our last one arrives, hey Sly, you doing all right?"
Yeah, it's yeah. What are we waiting for? Let's play.
Missed you at the reunion,
I mean,
Sylvester.
what's
You
the
didn't want to
reunion,
show off
friend?
everyone else?
Insight check here.
There were so many things said at that exact moment.
Everyone had a one-liner locked and loaded.
I think Wally asked for an insight check. I didn't catch what Robin said, and
I said, we're waiting for
Red
you,
said
buddy.
something.
I said, missed you at the reunion, Sylvester. You didn't want to show everyone up?
Oh, I wanted to. And you, Rip, you look like shit. What's going on?
Thanks for that. You haven't gotten the newsletter?
No?
Okay, well. Do you want the short version or the long version?
I don't want any version. Let's just play.
Cool, great. Glad to see you.
Ask a silly question, get a non-answer.
You see that Allie is actually kind of like finishing up some notes. So if there was a time to engage in some maybe not so friendly banter, this would be it.
You here to take pot shots at everyone's appearance? Now's the time.
Yeah, I think Cassie just watches all this go down and takes from her inner jacket pocket out a little flask and just takes a swig and puts it back in there. We're getting right back into it, it seems.
Cassie, they had champagne for free.
That's not really what this is about, they're different functions.
I guess.
Meanwhile, Ripley's on their second chamomile tea and just holding it as though it's a shield in front of them.
Where do we think that this school is? Do we think it's like a small town sort of like private school that we went to?
I think probably not a big city for sure. I think our social options were probably pretty limited to this school.
Yeah, it feels like
Cool.
it's got to be close enough to a big city that anyone could have big, like it's in Connecticut or something. You know, it's close
You
enough
can have
theoretically
big
to
city
Like
NYC.
it's in Connecticut. Great. I know the school because I live up here.
Entered my mind palace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Hey, Cass. I was looking you up before we got here. If you ever want to get out of this shithole, just hit me up. I'll get you a job. Come to New York.
That's very kind of you, but I'm pretty locked in here. I did okay for myself. I'm not too worried about escaping. Appreciate it though. She'll hold out the flask like, you want a swig?
Nah, I'm gonna go ask Rip for something stronger at some point.
I would.
York City.
I would
Ripley
hold on
chokes
that one.
into their tea.
Wow.
It's maybe not it's not their bag anymore, so to speak.
Oh well, they still gotta know where to get some.
Anyway, if you're high rolling in New York City, you gotta be really raking it in these days. That place, oh man. Cost of living crisis, am I right? Yeesh.
Oh my god. Have you seen this shirt? Do you even know who this designer is? It is the boutiquest boutique you have ever seen in your life.
Damn, you got scammed, dude. You can just get shirts for like almost free.
It's called thrift stores, my man.
Yeah, see? They know what's up.
Right. Cool.
Man, aren't you just a barrel of monkeys?
I
Well,
missed
some
you
things
too.
never change.
Xavier has kind of just been like quiet in the corner for the past 40 minutes, just fidgeting with the snacks that he bought, and just like observing everybody.
I have more, but if anyone else wants to do anything,
Who
I
didn't?
prepared this intro.
Yeah, no kidding.
Let it all out then.
I think that Ripley would actively be trying to step away from Sly at this point and probably joins Xavier over at the snacks. Who says, "Hey, I really appreciate you helping to put all this together and not leaving me out of it."
Xavier kind of avoids eye contact as he continues to fidget with everything in front of him and says, "Yeah, this is really all I've been doing these past couple of years, and you'd think I'd be able to keep my nerves together, even if it's with you guys, but it feels like time hasn't changed everyone all that much, really."
I wish it changed me less.
And then for a second he looks up and he says, I think you look great.
Oh, appreciate that. I don't think that's actually true, but I appreciate the lie all the same. You look pretty good yourself.
Oh, this is just what I usually wear to these kinds of things.
I don't have these kinds of things, so you beat me on that one.
Fair enough. And what's going on with Sly? He's more of a dick
I mean,
than
I think the
usual.
stick up his ass got even bigger than it was before.
Yeah. Think something's wrong?
Not any more than usual. I think he's just lording his success over the rest of us.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, we stopped talking a while back after, especially once he got out to New York, you know. But hopefully not too much has changed.
Well, I mean, you know, he and I never really clicked, but I know the two of you were something at least, so sorry about that for you.
I mean, he was great. Helped with helped me prep for, you know, all my elections and studying everything. He's so quick with these connections, and obviously that's how he made his money. Yeah, the whole time he was still a dick, but never was. I don't know. Something's off about him. So it's never really this bad.
Yeah, I guess not. There's probably something at least a little off with all of us.
Yeah. Time will do that.
Time sucks.
Should we cut over to whatever we're doing in the other? I don't want to
Yeah,
cut
yeah,
off this frankly
Yeah, go ahead.
adorable conversation.
I think we hit the end just there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cassie, have you just been here this whole time?
Yeah, I mean, I've been working for my family's firm, just sort of taking over. Actually, I made partner recently, which is
Whoa.
cool. Well,
Oh shit! Yeah.
I mean, you know, talented writer like you, it had to happen one of these days, you know?
only writing I'm doing these days is briefs, but I appreciate
That's-
it.
It's writing. It's words on a page. Can't be that different.
It's a little different. It's it's all fine though. I'm a lot more boring than I used to be, I think, but I've been around. Turns out there's even less to do in this town than I thought.
Oh, I feel that.
How about
New
you? You've been
New York. Am I in this conversation? I could not be. in this
I feel like
conversation.
you're sort of like wallflowering at the edge of the conversation, but
Right.
would still definitely be saying shit about the conversation. I gotta tell you, man,
on
like
my
New
phone.
York's fun to pass through, but man, you don't want to stay there very long. It's oof.
You want to be in this shithole?
Oh no, hell no, dude. But there's so many other places you can be that aren't New York or this shithole. You know how big this country is? Have you road tripped it? It's so fun. You gotta try it one of these days. Yeah.
There's no better place than in New York.
That's sad, dude.
It's got everything you could want. It's got pizza. It's got the Knicks. It's got some water. Coney Island.
Straight view to the horizon, like ever. Rent that, you know, average person can afford. Got a pretty good creative district, though, although even that's been gentrified, man. Like, geez, Alphabet City, you can't even pay rent down there anymore. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's
say-
where I live.
Really?
really.
Yeah. Hey, the fancy one.
Dang, buddy. Somehow that's kind of sadder. Well, I don't know. You know, this town has its charms. It's just, it's good to be out in the great big world, but it's nice to come home, sometimes once in a while, theoretically.
Where have you been in the last 20 years, Annie?
Oh, kind of everywhere. You know, I've moved around some. Stopped in a few places, stayed with a few people. Basically everywhere but here, if I'm being completely honest. But, needs must.
Meet anyone?
A few, but you know we don't need to get into them right now.
I see that tattoo on your arm.
Hey, yeah, the suit jacket's off, and there's like a full kind of, it's not a sleeve, but it's a little coil of ivy around like her upper left arm. It's like, I mean, you know, I got that one when I was like 19, so.
All right. Well, I'm just about finished, so if everyone and Allie sort of gestures to Xavier and Ripley in the corner, if everyone wants to gather around,
Yeah.
we can finally get this started.
All right.
Everyone congregates around the mass of desks that are all pushed together, and you all wait expectantly for Allie to sort of begin the game.
Yes.
In the 1990s, a group of kids gathered together to play an RPG, and they just disappeared. They were just gone. For 2 years, no one had any idea where they were. And when they turned back up, none of them ever talked about what happened. Well, you know what? And he sort of gestures, he places a hand on the box that's sort of in front of him. I managed to get a hold of the copy of the game off the internet. Let's play it.
Oh, great. This is starting to sound like one of Ripley and mine's late night movies.
You bought an urban legend?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
I didn't expect
I swear to you,
play a
this will-
creepypasta.
I swear this will be different than anything we've ever played before, and I guarantee that you will enjoy it. So, you see that he,
Okay.
with much pomp and circumstance, he opens the box, and inside, you all kind of crane your necks to look inside, is a set of dice. Straight obsidian black. You can barely even see the reliefs of the numbers that are kind of provide a glossy contrast to the generally matte finish of the rest of the surface of the dice. He takes and holds each of them up in turn. He holds up the D4 first. Locks eyes with Ripley. This is your die. There is no other die like this in the whole game. This is special. This is yours. Use it well, Dictator. And they hand the die over to Ripley.
Ooh. All right.
They take the D8. They take the D8. Looks at Annie. This is your die. There is no other die like this in the whole game. This is special. This is yours. Use it well, Knight of Joy.
Huh.
And puts it in their hand.
I've had worse nicknames.
Takes the D10. Looks at Cassie. This
yes,
is your die.
Yes, this is my dice. There's no other die like it. It's very special. I'll take the D10.
Your Honor, the prosecution wants to accelerate the briefing.
Waits for the banter to die down and then continues. There is no other die like this in the whole game. This is special. This is yours. Use it well, Neo. Places it in your hand.
This is the Matrix.
This is the Matrix.
Takes the D12. Looks at Xavier. This is your die. There is no other die like this in the whole game. This is special. This is yours. Use it well, Godbinder. And then finally holds up a simple cube that is the D6. And looks at Sly. This is your die. This is exactly the same as every other die in the game. There is nothing special about this die at all. Use it, fool.
This guy's never even been to New York City.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, no, okay, cool, yeah. Great.
Which one's for you, boss?
And as if on cue, Allie holds up the D20 and says, and this one's mine. In each of your own times, you close your eyes, but the next time you open them, you notice that there's something slightly off about the room that you are in. The room, the colors are just a little bit more brighter. The material seems just a bit more archetypal. And it isn't until you kind of notice the environment around you that you notice that your die hovers slightly in front of your face, right in front of you. Allie, upon opening their eyes, says, I can't believe it worked. And then grasps the D20 that's in front of them. Immediately, a burst of light erupts from between their fingertips and then slowly engulfs their body. You see, in a very Sailor Moon transformation sequence-esque sequence.
Yeah, boy.
Wrong one shot. Where did you go by Moonlight?
Secret Girl by Moonlight sequel.
Cloths and ribbons sort of engulf and cover around Allie. And in another burst of light, you see before Allie in long, flowing robes of grays, browns, and blacks. You see that their eyes are similarly wrapped in bandages and a hood is applied over their head. But you see glowing underneath the hood on their forehead is the silhouette of a D20. Then they disappear.
That was some
That's
wild
not good.
champagne.
Guys, okay, I need to know what is actually happening right
It's
now.
okay, Rip. I see it too.
Okay.
You guys think someone
The
like
fuck?
wasted champagne at the reunion or something? Because this is weird even by our
I did
standards.
not have champagne at the reunion. This is something else.
I think that maybe Allie got a really good bargain on that creepypasta they bought online. I'm gonna grab my
Xavier's,
D8.
Hyperventilating in a corner somewhere.
Uh-oh.
All right. Annie, you grab your D8.
I grab my D8.
All right. You too begin to transform physically in the paragon that you have designed. Describe to me the costume that you inhabit, and this very awesome physical transformation.
It's like a little bit less Sailor Moon spinning in ribbons and a little bit more like Power Rangers armor pieces kind of slamming into place. The full outfit is like kind of this segmented plate mail, like shoulder pauldrons, bracers, bare upper arms. I have a brand, I'm gonna stick with it. Big cool cape kind of explodes out of there, like She-Ra style, and an absolutely giant hammer just like coils its way out of the air and lands in her hands.
The rest of you see this before you. Unlike Allie, Annie does not disappear, though.
Oh, good. So people aren't just disappearing out of thin air all the time.
Yeah, I think Allie just did that.
Annie, how you feeling?
Buff, but I think maybe I was like that already. I should wear sleeveless things more often. This rules.
So you're okay?
I've been saying for years people should be wearing capes in public more. This is great.
Aside from the fashion statements, Annie, do you feel like you've, physical symptoms? I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Symptoms? Well, I think this might be really happening, because I don't think we'd all be imagining the same thing if we had the choice. Like, hammers are cool, but I wouldn't have picked it as my first option, you know what I mean? This feels like maybe this might just be real.
Okay.
Fuck it. And Ripley grabs their D4.
Yeah!
All right, describe your physical transformation.
Color returns to their cheeks, the dead eyes liven up, and their clothes reknit, and color spreads across them as they go from the drab black suit that they had been wearing to this almost ostentatious, I am going to show up everybody at the fantasy opera tail up, coat and tails, but the tails spread out almost like a skirt, and their sleeves are still rolled up, revealing their tattoos that now glow in this faint purple color.
Woo!
Okay, not mad about this.
But see, that's not the aesthetic I would have guessed for you either. I'm telling you, I think we might not be hallucinating this.
All right. Well, the rules of storytelling say we're all going to do this one by one, so I'll pick up my D10.
And describe your physical transformation.
Yeah, I think I think it's not quite as magical as the Sailor Moon. I watched a lot of the show The Winx Club as a kid, and there was one fairy who was the fairy of technology, and then she would like digitize in her transformation. So I imagine that it's sort of like becoming digital. But Cassie wouldn't know that. That's a Sophia thing.
Annie definitely watched Winx Club and is like, it's just like one of my animes.
It's Italian, but anyway.
I know.
But yeah, she's like, the outfit digitizes and almost like not really changing what she's wearing all that much. It just becomes a little bit more like a costume from the Matrix. Like she goes from a regular business suit to kind of more of a like leather, interestingly cut kind of cat suit with like a longer jacket over top. And she gets these sort of like techno-y elements, a little like visor situation. And her hair gets all swooped to one side instead of being more normie. And she becomes a little bit more alt in her appearance. And I think she's just kind of left standing in I would have to say, a killer pair of boots, right? We got to call her shot on this. I would like a killer pair of boots in my outfit.
I got it. I got to write this down. I got it. Yep.
Killer pair of boots, yes. So no one else is getting hammers. Huh.
Two people remain.
Just expectantly looking at Xavier and Sly.
Two people remain, and it is at this time you begin to hear a loud... You hear a loud thump coming from the door that separates your classroom from the hallway and the rest of the school.
Whoop.
Again, thump.
I'm gonna sidle over to the door, sort of like awkwardly sideways between the desks, because it is kind of
Thump
unwieldy
is
in armor.
Probably bad. If you haven't picked up your special little gift there, I'd recommend doing it sooner rather than later.
Hey, we might
You
just be getting
are.
in trouble with the teachers. I did steal the coffee machine out of the teacher's lounge, so, anything's possible.
Yes,
I
Max.
don't remember that
Is this a conscious transformation that our characters are making, or is it kind of like a subconscious one?
I would say that conscious and subconscious in what way?
Like Sly is picking what he's gonna look like after he touches this die,
I
or is
think
the
it's-
die kind of choosing for him?
What were you gonna say, Red?
Well, the vibe I got is that, like, whatever character we've been locked into is sort of outside our design considerations, but, whatever. It's probably fine other way.
The class is outside of your design consideration. The class is outside of your consideration necessarily, but within, speaking outside of the narrative of the thing, you got to choose what you look like. It could be like in the instance of the dictator, it could be like austere, severe, angular outfits, flamboyant, straight out of a stage show, spectacular evening wear, or something else. So,
Well, Max can choose. Sly doesn't choose. I guess that's the difference that I'm trying.
I see. I would leave that up. I would leave that up to the each individual player. Then.
A jester outfit with bells on would be very funny.
Well, because my joke for it is that he looks exactly the same, just with a gun, a revolver.
Okay.
But that's what Sly would do, because he's like, I'm perfect. But to fit the vibe, I can do something else.
I would say that's up to you. I would maybe offer that similarly to if you do choose the route in which Sly looks exactly the same. I would maybe offer that similarly to how the environment looks a bit more vibrant. So too do your clothes. Maybe they shimmer a little bit more. Mm-hmm. There's an air of heroicness about it. Maybe if you have loose fabrics, they start to billow majestically in the wind somewhat.
It's lost a little Marco Polo tag.
Yeah. But I leave it up to you.
Cool, yeah. I guess I can go next. God, this is weird. And Sly reaches out and grabs his floating die. And as we're quoting, I guess, children's animes, I'll, like Digimon.
Hell yeah.
Like light starts to grow and the camera spins around him as he glows. And what comes out from the light is basically a pirate. Like there's a billowy shirt that just always seems like it's flowing even if there's no wind, kind of tighter leather pants with boots, and a really fancy tighter leather pants with boots that absolutely show off every single muscle in his lower body. And
Okay.
a very ornate, fancy revolver in a holster at his side.
Okay,
Very
sorry.
Again,
Goblin king.
thump.
Is there like a window in the door that I can look out, or is it like solid wood?
I would say that there is a window, but you can notice that there is some sort of shambling mass that's behind the door trying to get through, but you aren't able to discern what it is quite yet.
Well, it's shambling, so that's probably bad.
Are we
It's
all
all right, Xavier.
transformed?
Xavier,
got
you might
this.
want to suit up.
Okay. Okay. He kind of pushes his glasses up on his face, takes a deep breath, and grabs the D12 in front of him.
Okay, and describe your physical transformation.
He's kind of on the ground, balled up a bit, but as he stands up, light envelops him, and as it peels away, he's wearing this white robe, hood going over his head, wreath around his head. The robe is adorned with sort of these vines and flowers that are these like pale blue, this bright green, a little purple and pinks scattered all over the robe. He's holding this little book to his chest, and underneath you can see these sandals that go up to these sort of like Roman sandals that go up to his knees as the light fades away.
All right. So the five of you stand together in this room, each transformed in their own way. The die that had been selected for you, having fused with your body into these fantastical outfits. With one final mighty crash, Annie, you jump back as the door to your classroom opens through. Crashing through the door, 5 figures shamble into the room. Underneath their taut, papery flesh lies mechanical wiring, patterned as if to appear like musculature. Thin sheets of metal in aggressive angular shapes lie plated over their flesh. They speak no words, yet a combination of static and binary begins to emit from their mouths. All at once, you all identify these creatures to be mindless, plentiful, and hungry. It is time to fight the Fallen. All right. So we're entering combat. The way that combat works is everyone has reset their guard, which is equal to their dex score. Characters take turns popcorn style, so it'll be a character and then one of my characters and so on and so forth. Going from highest to lowest dexterity. So everyone has at least 2 dexterity, I believe. And I think it might be the Neo who has a higher...
I got
the Neo and
3.
the Fool.
I have 2.
You have 2. Okay, gotcha. All right, so Cassie will go first, and it alternates between Persona and GM. So the way that combat works is you have both an action and a movement. You can use your action to move a second time. The movement is kind of vague theater of the mindy. Distances are melee, close, medium, and far. It requires a movement to move between adjacent distances, so from melee to close, or from medium to close. What would you like to do, Cassie?
Yeah. The Neo has a lot of cool technological features to it, but I think Cassie is in this moment being like, I am trying so hard to figure out what's happening and coming up with so few real practical answers. But sort of like patting around her new outfit, like something in here has got to be hammer adjacent, right? I think she'll find one of her many daggers and be like, all right, I can work with this. And is just gonna use my movement to get into melee with one of the guys.
Sure, yeah. I'd say that you guys are all close right now, so like Sophia said, you can use your movement to get into melee.
Amazing. And I'm gonna just try and stab at it. And it's a very rough motion. Cassie does not have any training in this. It is very much just like, I got the audacity, let's try it out.
Okay. For melee attacks, you use your strength to build your dice pool. So I believe for you that is 2 dice.
It is indeed.
So you get 1 die per stat point, so you start with a dice pool of 2 dice. I would say that you don't have any advantages or disadvantages, so you don't subtract any. And then you roll the dice.
Okay, and these are d6s, right?
These are all d6s, yes.
Excellent. Okay. And what would 2 4s get me?
You keep all 4 plus dice, so you have a success if for any dice that is 4 plus.
Awesome. So that's 2 dice.
Awesome. So you attack with your dagger. You deal damage for every success that you have. So
2.
that is 2 damage essentially.
2 damage.
You begin to you just kind of mildly have you taken any self-defense classes? Are you familiar with a weapon at all, Cassie?
I think she used to play with like a butterfly knife that you would fling around your hands and stuff in sort of the look, I've got this pocket knife. Aren't I so edgy in high school? But I don't think she's ever properly learned how to use it. So she's more going off of any choreography she would have seen in like a pulp sci-fi movie or read in some sort of story and kind of improvising in her brain what she thinks an appropriate motion would be, but it's not.
Knife penetrates the shield.
Anyone who's ever taken a self-defense class would be like, "What is she doing?"
Gotcha.
Just flinging yourself forward.
Flinging yourself forward, yet still managing to find purchase, dagger into flesh. You are able to, and it's a very real and visceral moment for you as you manage to find purchase in this one fallen's chest and slice downwards diagonally. Immediately that fallen falls to the ground, and your attention is immediately taken to a bit of glowing that starts to emanate from outside of this this fallen's from within this fallen's like body essentially. What is the most like satisfying thing that you've ever experienced, Cassie?
Ooh. I think the most satisfying thing Cassie has ever experienced. Back in high school, I imagine there was a day where she, after hours, had broken into the teacher's lounge and maybe swiped like a projector or something and managed to use some of her more delinquent tendencies to set up like a really nice hangout for her friends. Like, screened something, managed to maybe project something during our game in the space in the detention room. Like, just managed to actually use her knowledge of lockpicking learned from the internet and whatever for good. And it was something that she did kind of just for her and her friends and not for any other purpose. And to that was very satisfying to her in a way that she has not experienced otherwise. So I'd say that is the most satisfying thing.
That combination of the thrill of successfully getting away with a petty crime, plus the sort of contentness and joy, really, that you felt being able to provide this act of service for your friends, you are immediately felt with that same mix of emotions as you begin to unconsciously, really, reach towards the fallen and pry whatever it is from within this fallen's body. You are met with a cluster of a material that kind of takes on a bismuth-like structure, so like cascading square-like structures, basically, but it glows gold. And I would like you to add 1 fair gold to your inventory.
I got a little trinket. Excellent.
Money, please.
Yes. Money, please.
Okay. The Fallen have 2 decks, so they will go. So 1 Fallen will go next. Annie, I believe you described that you were closest to them.
Oh, for sure.
So 1 will attack you.
Okay.
They have 0 guard. They have 2 strength, but they have advantage on hand-to-hand combat, so they will attack with 3 dice.
Cool. I have a defensive 1. I don't know what that means.
So that's the difficulty. So you lose 1 dice. You lose 1 success per difficulty.
Okay.
And it's not necessary because I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 3.
Woo!
Never punished.
So the Fallen goes. Yes.
Do NPCs get? Oh, I forget what the term is. Like a critical fail on this. Or is that just players?
No, NPCs would as well. So actually, what happens is, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah.
Yes,
so
teacher, we had homework.
Yes.
But used for good. But used for good purpose.
Teacher, you had homework.
Yeah. So, Annie, how do you sort of like scramble away and dodge this Fallen's attack?
Oh, am I dodging, or am I just getting my hammer up in the way and it like kind of scatters off the handle of it?
Oh, either or. If you want that to be the case, then yeah.
I don't think Annie's a dodging type in a full suit of plate armor.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so you kind of instinctively put your hammer up, and the Fallen just slashes away at it, sort of skids off of it, and rather comically instead hits another Fallen for 1 damage, I will say. Okay. I believe everyone else is 2 decks, so it's up to you guys who decides to go next.
I have one question that's pertinent to when I do go.
Yeah.
I gain mechanical benefits from being a non-zero on my emotional scale, which is
Yes, you are.
joy.
Yeah, you do.
But I think it's up to you if I am at any point above a 0 on my emotional scale. I feel like that could be justified right now, but, it's kind of your call.
Well, have you been in a fight before, and have you felt joyful from it?
I usually no. I just feel like this whole thing kind of feels like a LARP right now. There's a certain degree that this could be like the absurdity that's sort of making her have a weirdly good time, even if this is ostensibly a life or death situation, but
Okay, I can buy that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that like in this moment, you're trying to. Everyone is trying to figure out the bounds of like how much of this is fantasy and how much of this is reality. You right now, Annie, are pretty strictly in a let's treat this as fantasy. We're just LARPing. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And so I will say that you move from a 0 to a 1 on your emotional scale. Immediately, your hammer sort of glows with an intense energy. And inside your voice, you hear, "Oh, geez." Hi, Annie.
Oh.
Hi.
Let's fight.
Yes.
And so I say, Annie, that you go next.
I can go next. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So let's see. This means so my strength is 3. I assume that means I am naturally rolling 3 dice right now.
That's correct.
But when I'm feeling my sacred emotion at 1 or above, I may add my D8 to any attack made with my arcane weapon.
That's correct.
So I guess I would roll the 3d6 and then also my d8.
Yep.
Okay. I also have a venting ability, but I think when I vent, does that reduce my emotional?
Yeah, to vent, you have to go down an emotional track.
I don't want to do that.
I'm excited to find out what venting joy looks like.
Probably like venting most other emotions. Okay.
I'm kind of picturing that scene in Monty Python where they try to keep that guy from singing, you know?
No, stop that. You're not doing the song while I'm here. Okay, well, I have rolled 2 2s and a 6, and then there's a 5 on my d8.
Okay, so that's 2 successes.
Cool.
You have a 6, right?
Yes.
And I believe you have a trait on your weapon, which is fast.
Yes.
If this hit removes a guard from your foe, remove 2 instead of 1. Mm-hmm. This would be normally the time when you could choose to utilize a special if you roll a 6.
Ah.
But I will say that the Fallen have 0 guards,
They
so
have
this
0
would
guard.
be useful.
Right.
Useless rather.
Oh, okay.
So regardless, you still deal 2 damage to a nearby Fallen. Have you taken any self-defense classes before? Have you?
I don't think it's been self-defense, but I do think that Annie has done her share of like craft projects and like furniture assembly and like helping out, like friends that are building stuff. So like using a big hammer, I think she knows how to do. Maybe chopping some firewood out in a cabin at least once or twice. So it's like, okay, these are familiar motions.
But have you directed your hammer towards a living person?
No, that's new.
That is new.
God.
And so, I guess against, like, the instincts of what you do know, you still decide to swing your hammer, and you brutally sort of cave the nearest Fallen's head into its own torso as it falls over unceremoniously. It's, Red, how would Cassie feel having essentially...
Cassie.
Sorry, not Cassie. Annie. I gotta keep all these
Yeah,
names
how would
intact.
Cassie
fine.
feel?
Yeah.
How would I mean?
Sue the shit out of Allie when we get out of here.
Annie, you're trying to determine the bounds of whether this is fantasy or whether this is reality, and it really feels like you just caved a guy's head in.
I mean, it's made of like sparking wires and paper and metal and stuff, right?
And flesh. Papery
Oh, there's flesh in there?
Papery flesh.
Okay, this is pretty gross. It's not her favorite.
Realistic paper mache.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, okay, well, that's gross, but this entire situation is so absurd that I will process that later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
A Fallen will go next. They will decide to. I'll roll actually. I'll roll a d10 and see who they attack. 5. So that would be the Fool, Sly.
Wait, what?
Literally
of
hasn't even
course.
done anything yet. They could just sense your energy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You all are close, as I have said from the beginning. So one Fallen will move towards melee of Sly and attack with 3 dice. Okay. Do you have any defense, Sly?
Yes, I have one.
Okay, so I rolled one success, but a success is removed for every your difficulty is your defense in combat. So it is removed to a 0. So this fallen goes and tries to attack you to no avail. You are able to either dodge, or I'll leave it to you. How do you decide to how does Sly avoid the attacks of this fallen?
As the fallen comes towards Sly and goes to attack him, he just goes fuck and like kind of crumples a little bit, and the fallen just kind of goes right over where he was.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah. Okay. Who's next? It's between Xavier, Ripley, and Sly.
Could I go because I just got attacked?
Sure. Yeah.
Go for it.
You have a fallen that's within melee range of you.
Yeah. After that just happened, Sly looks around for a chair or just something, like just doesn't realize he has this weapon on his hip, and just looks for a chair or something. Just goes, God, yeah, just smacks this fallen with a chair or something in the room.
With the steel chair.
With the folding chair.
Get him with a chair.
Just a coffee pot.
I would say in this moment you're not acting necessarily foolish, daring, or cavalier. So I would say that you don't add your fool's dice to this next attack.
I'll accept that.
Damn, I have to be happy and you just have to be a dumbass to get a mechanical bonus?
Yep.
Yeah, the fool's
The fool
be
is
easy.
Busted.
I will also say, out of the second fallen, Cassie, you see
Cassie?
Yes, Cassie.
Okay.
Cassie, you see spilling out of the fallen with its head caved in is another piece of Fair's gold.
I was wondering about the loot.
Ooh. Keep an eye on that, because my turn's not around yet.
I rolled a 5 and a 3, so one success.
One success. Its difficulty is 0. Its defense is 0, so that still is a success. You are able to describe to me how you attack this fallen.
God, get away from me! Just smack it with a folding chair.
Now, I might know the answer to this. Have you smacked anyone away with a folding chair before?
God, can we leave that ambiguous? Not yes, but also not no.
Okay, so the feeling is not entirely unfamiliar as you lion tamer this fallen away with your chair.
To make that sound a little bit less abusive, because that was a little ambiguous, I think he has certainly gotten real angry in like board meetings or at work.
Of course.
Where the boys club is just, yelling their heads off about some dumb investment or something. That's where his experience of
you
throwing
channel that sort of anger and that power, and you manage to smack away one of the fallen for one of its health. Another fallen will go. I'll roll another. I'll roll a d. I'll flip a coin essentially, and I'll see who of the remaining two, Xavier or Ripley, does this. Attack.
All right.
Ripley. Okay.
Okay.
We'll move within melee. Oh, hell yeah.
Uh-oh.
That is 3 successes.
Oh, no.
DM, you're not allowed to kill us in the
not
first
good.
combat, especially not a guest. That's simply illegal.
I haven't even taken a turn.
So your guard is your dex, right? So that's 2.
Yep.
Yes.
And you lose 1, and your constitution is also 2, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you take 3 damage, which means that you lose both of your guard, and then you take a wound with your health.
Take a wound. Okay.
What is the most intense pain you've ever felt in your life?
Oh, boy. Asking the
You
cash
know my
questions
backstory.
today.
For the audience's sake.
Ripley got beat up in an alley when they couldn't pay for the drugs that they had been taking. and was left there for a couple hours before they could get up enough strength to walk themselves to a hospital.
Woof.
This hold on, let me figure out how to phrase this. This feels worse because at this moment you are not sure how you will heal from this. At least before you had the assurance that there was a hospital that you could get to.
Yeah.
You don't feel that here.
Yoicks.
As the fallen shambles towards you and slashes, leaves gaping slices through your clothing and gouges into your flesh. Who's next?
Who's next?
I think I need to respond to that.
Our host.
Holding their wounds, they reach up one hand and say, Stop, I'm not trying to hurt you. Trust me. And when they say trust me, they instinctively reach out with their emotions and use the tell.
All right.
The tattoos
yeah.
running up and down their arms glow and start to smoke.
Immediately you hear everyone else hears the words trust me, and to everyone else it rings clearer than before. It speaks with an urgency and an effectiveness that to everyone else in its vicinity, you immediately begin a pull of, yeah, I should trust them. Everyone else is able to go back. Everyone else is able to pull away from that initial urge. Let's see if the Fallen is able to. So you roll a charisma dice pool plus your d4.
Okay.
And you're only targeting the one Fallen or the remaining Fallen, which are 3, I believe.
I think that since I don't really know what I can do yet, I'm just targeting the one.
Okay, so you don't lose any successes. Let's roll and see what you get.
All right, that's a 6 and a 4 and a 4 on the d4.
Whoa!
Okay.
Ooh. Can you overflow and actually get the other 2 fallen at the same time?
So the 4 on your d4 is the intensity of your is the effect's intensity, is the intensity of your performance. You now get to use those other 2 successes to either increase or decrease that intensity. You can do it twice. So you can increase it by 2 or decrease it by 2, or just choose one, or just choose one.
I will increase it by 2.
Okay. And you are trying to control them, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you manipulate them with the emotion and steal their agency. You have complete control if intensity exceeds their willpower. I will say that their willpower is 4. So your intensity of 6 exceeds their willpower, and you have complete control. You see immediately that this Fallen, your tattoos glow purple and they start to smoke. You immediately feel the pull of something arcane, something tempting and addicting almost.
Oh no.
As this Fallen, as you're able to basically rewrite the chemistry of this Fallen, it stands upright. It sort of shakes itself out, and it still shouts static and binary at you, but you immediately see it sort of give a quick salute towards you and await your instructions.
Ooh.
Kill the others. Kill the other Fallen.
Whoa.
Okay. I'll say that was the Fallen that had just tried to attack you. Mm-hmm. I feel like makes sense. So
yeah.
it can't move again until the start of the next round, basically.
Okay.
But a fallen does go next. It does not recognize that one of its brethren has turned on them, so they'll attack the remaining person, Xavier.
Oh, great! Here we go.
It'll move in melee towards you. Ooh, that's already 2 1s. That's not great.
Yes.
And I dropped the last one. And that one's cocked. Great. And a 6. Okay. All right, so there is a success. I don't critically fail.
Okay.
But it does strike you for 1 guard. So you lose a guard as it rips into you. What is the most intense feeling? What is the most painful feeling that you've experienced, Xavier?
This is such a
I
light
will
game.
say-
Emotional damage to the game.
It was the night where he was, I don't know if it was impeached. He was removed from office.
Okay.
Following, like a town council vote.
All right. You see that the fallen slashes at you. It leaves no mark, no physical mark, but you are immediately reminded of the shame that you had felt when upon being caught, or not being caught necessarily, but like being impeached for your misdemeanors as mayor of this town. As you lose 1 guard. Xavier, that leaves you.
Yeah. After taking that blow, his mind sort of snaps, and he takes a good look around. How many of them are left up? I think we only got one
There
of them, right?
There are 2 left. One of them is at full. One of them is at 1.
He will look over at Ripley and sort of look at the book in his hand, and I will use one of the scriptures.
Okay.
Heal. Heals 1 health to a character within a short distance.
Okay. I believe you don't take on any debt. You're able to just do this. To cast a scripture,
Yes.
you roll a wisdom dice pool plus a d12 with a difficulty of 0. Okay.
Okay.
If you succeed, the scripture works as described in its entry.
Okay. Here we go. That's a 4, a 5, and a 10.
Whew.
Okay, yeah, you absolutely do succeed. Ripley, you feel immediately a sense of soothing, a sense of care, as you heal 1 wound.
I think that Ripley starts to tear up a little bit, because that's not a common feeling for them. Say, wow, thanks.
And Xavier, you feel that same sense of soothing and care, but kind of on the giving end of it, rather.
Right.
Yeah.
He kind of looks down at his book and robes, and realizes, I'm not quite sure what this is, guys, but I'm not losing any of you while any of this has happened, okay? Please just focus up and let's get us the hell out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
You don't got to tell me twice.
I will say that brings us to the start of the round again. And so, Cassie, it's your turn.
Okay. I think Cassie's like trying to take stock of everything that's going on. Like, initially just acted out of literal, just entered fight or flight mode, and I guess she chose fight. And now she's sort of like, okay, no wait, what's actually happening? No one's immediately died. I'm gonna take a look down at the coin that I picked up, and I think as she sort of stares into it, something within her quite literally connects in her brain. She's like, oh no, okay, I can use this. This is a tool. Noir, I would love to try and activate one of my gifts of the fair. I don't know if that's possible. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so my gift, Cassie is gonna like unlatch the top of her jacket, and then in like the center of her chest, there's almost a little like coin slot, I think.
What?
And she doesn't know how she knows this, and then she's like, "This is weird. This is weird. I don't know how I know this, but you know, maybe this is all a dream. Maybe we're all dreaming, and all of them think that they're living it because they're part of my dream. So I'm just gonna go with it, and so I'm gonna put the coin in the coin slot and activate." My force field in the buddy help protocol setting. So everyone is going to gain an extra 1 guard.
Oh, nice. Huge.
Oh.
So your party gains 1 extra guard. Your field is slightly different. It has health equal to your intelligence score.
Ooh-hoo-hoo.
Well, what does this force field look like?
Yeah, I think it's just like a kind of reddish orange, like digital sphere. Like it's a little pixelated on the edges. It's not perfectly rounded. And it just sort of like, if you look at it right, it's almost invisible, but when the light catches it, it sort of shimmers across it in that like hue. And just sort of hovering right in front of her face, because Cassie, again, does not know what she's doing. She is learning this on the fly. Like, okay, rules of the world all coming together, all the pieces. It's confusing, but it seems to be appearing. I've got a circle now. Great. What do I do with circles?
I'll say that you still have your action if you want to
cool.
attack.
Yeah, why not? I think she'll immediately be like, okay, circle is shield, maybe? I'm gonna turn my back to the force field and stab at with the dagger again. Maybe flinging myself a little bit less in that direction at whatever the nearest fallen is.
Okay. Go ahead and attack.
All right. My strength. That's a 4 and a 1. So that's
Okay.
1 success.
1 success. I will say that you go ahead and attack the fallen that has 1 health left. And similarly, you are able to, with a bit more understanding of what you are doing, cut down this fallen as it falls to the ground. And in the area where you cut it, out spills out another fair gold.
I'll scoop that up. All right. This was useful before.
There is 1 more fallen left, and it is going to attack. Let me roll for it.
If there's only 1 left, is it the one that
No, there's one.
Sorry,
that
I
has a
wasn't
big-
counting the one that
Oh,
I wasn't
okay.
counting the one that Ripley had already turned, basically. And coincidentally, the one that I choose is Ripley. So
No!
I'm already doing so well.
Crime.
Okay.
Illegal.
Don't forget about your extra guard.
Yeah, you have a force field and magical healing.
Right, okay.
Christ, that is 3 ones.
Punished for your sins!
Critical fail. Fucking nothing happens. I'm an idiot. This sucks. All right, who wants to go next?
Do you want me to hit it with my big hammer?
Go for it.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Alright. Well, fortunately, this means I don't need to vent because my venting ability is a ranged attack that attacks multiple things at once, and since there's only 1 left, I don't need to do. Okay, that is a 4 and a 6, and then a 7 on the d8.
Okay. Yep. Describe how you destroy this final fallen.
So the last one was like top-down whack-a-mole style. I think this one is more of like a side swipe to just absolutely like croquet mallet this bitch away from Ripley.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Immediately, you can sense the cracking of rib cages, and the subtle squish of hammer meeting flesh.
Ugh.
I'm imagining, I don't know. Yeah, I'm imagining Amy Rose just like
Yeah.
hitting an enemy away with.
It's the
with,
energy.
with that energy, and you take care of this final fallen. Immediately, you sense that the encounter dies to a halt. The final fallen that is under your control, Ripley, seeing that there are no enemies to actually fell, begins to claw away at itself.
Oh.
and you hear the first like English words you from it, which is kill those guys, and it begins to in complete trust of your words, kill itself.
Should I stop it? Should I?
Should we help it up?
Stop it.
Okay. Are you using the voice again?
Am I able to? I've given over my D4 to this fallen.
My understanding was that it was, well, yeah, but you can affect it again, basically.
Okay. All right. Do I roll without the D4?
No. You
Okay.
I will say that you roll with the D4 on this one.
Got it. All right. That's 2 6s and a 4.
Woo.
On the intensity?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your final intensity?
Ooh, well, it worked great last time, so let's bring them both up. So we'll do 6 again.
Okay. What is your command?
My command was stop, so I know how this is gonna go out of game, but in game I don't know that yet.
Yes. The Fallen immediately ceases its action, just croaks out at you, stop, and just keels over dead.
Oh, well.
Efficient.
Oh, wow. Oh.
All
Okay,
right,
everyone's
I
still breathing?
doesn't look like it.
Well, not that guy.
Oh, I mean, I'm okay.
Okay. So do we want to see what's outside? Slide, Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I hope that wasn't too loud.
Too
Tried
late.
to pull away.
Well, it's a good thing nothing else knows we're here, and nobody just put out a fucking foghorn siren.
Nothing comes to attack you. The door remains open for you guys to exit out of. You do see that immediately outside of your classroom is not the hallway of your school, but instead stone steps in a kind of in a spiral staircase leading upwards.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's not detention, right? I really hope that's not detention.
This
I don't-
can't be detention. This is way too stimulating.
I guess that's the only way to go.
Unless we want to try our luck with a window.
So we've all
where the fuck is
decided that
Allie?
we're going to treat this as real for now, right? That's what's
I
going
don't
on?
know what's happening. Everyone is okay, right? We have.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I guess we should go find out. That's the only person we're missing, and then we can figure out a way out of here.
Yeah, I mean,
Look,
this is
I-
Sally's game. They probably have the best chance of knowing how to get out of here. I'm assuming there's no box with a rulebook in it left on the table.
No.
Okay.
Look,
I
I
saw
don't
the-
have a solid grasp of what's real and what's not to begin with, so I gotta just take it all on faith that this is actually happening, because there's nothing else I can do. So, I guess let's go?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else to do right now.
This is the weirdest reunion I've ever been to. And not how I thought this would go.
You all head up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I will take
Okay.
the lead.
All right, Annie takes the lead. You begin to head up the spiral sort of staircase. It's as if you were in like a castle tower, so it's just like a wall and the spiral staircase. So it begins to feel very claustrophobic immediately. It feels even more claustrophobic when you reach the end of the staircase and you realize that it leads to a ladder up to a trapdoor. Like that's where it dead ends to.
Interesting. Okay, any objections to me going up there and seeing what's up?
Just be careful.
Wait. Before we just go charging in, I think there's something I can do here.
Ooh.
So, Noir, can
Yes.
I possibly use a prophecy or ask of a miracle from this god, the fate god here?
Yeah, absolutely. Instinctively, you kind of realize that you have a connection to something or someone else. Do you decide to kind of retreat and sort of like act on that impulse?
Yeah. I will kind of put my hand over the cover of the book. The grooves and the edges sort of hint at the divine power within this book as I call upon the fated god.
For everyone else, time stops. But for you, you kind of retreat into your mind and find yourself in this sort of iridescent, rainbow-like expanse. Describe to me, Moirai, the fate god.
Oh.
I imagine 3 individuals sort of on a judge's seat. Each of them have a judge's seat. They share an eye that they pass between the 3 of them, and all of them are. I guess they're all cronish, but there is a sense of beauty to them, and there are vines and flowers at the seat of sort of these pews that they sit behind.
You see the one in the middle is the one that has the eye, but the one on the end is the one who addresses you. Godbinder. Nice of you to finally make your appearance among our court. To what do we owe the pleasure?
Seems I've run into a bit of bad luck, in a sense. And I guess I'm looking for a little bit of good luck. I guess, if that's how this works.
Okay. Do your prophecy roll. Roll your wisdom dice pool and count the number of successes.
Okay. So that's my 2d6 plus my d12.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 3, 6, and a 12.
Whoa.
Okay. Yeah.
2 out of 3 fates agree. This guy is cool.
Let me see. You can spend each of these successes to add either an advantage or a disadvantage to any roll for the rest of the encounter.
Whoa.
So
Okay.
I'll say the next encounter that you guys happen upon, you guys can you will be able to
Okay.
add or subtract the disadvantage.
Cool.
You see that the one on the left demands for the eye, places it in, and begins to regard you deeply. Hasn't even started on his adventure and is already anxious to know the end. Is that so? The one in the middle regards the one on the left. Don't push him too hard. He doesn't know what's in store. The one on the right says, no. And then all 3 say to you at once, but you will have the chance to affect it. Is there anything else you would like to say before you recede from this conversation?
Xavier's not willing to push any more of his luck right now. He kind of politely bows out and tries to turn back to his friends.
You hear one of them say, come again soon! And you find yourself back on the stone staircase, Annie just about to uncover the trapdoor.
Okay, Annie. Normally I'd tell you not to do what you're about to do, but go ahead.
Okay.
Well, that's cryptic.
All right. Annie, you uncover the trapdoor, and you're the first one to ascend the ladder into into wherever it leads, you immediately find yourself amidst the hustle and bustle of a bunch of people sitting around various tables, talking, drinking, eating.
Huh?
You find yourself in the middle of a bar. And as the five of you begin to sort of ascend this trapdoor, and take in the environment around you, with a start, you all realize that this is the bar that your fantasy group first started in. This is the tavern where your adventure first began in high school. I will ask Annie, what is the name of that bar?
Oh, it is absolutely something like the Drunken Monkey. That was just like really quickly improvised because it's just like you all meet in a tavern and I was a smartass and I was like, what's the name of the tavern, DM? And it was like, So, yes, this tavern is named the Drunken Monkey and it is inadvertently my fault.
Okay. You immediately all find yourselves in the Drunken Monkey. Robin, how did you recognize the bar as the one from your game?
It has this crude sign over the front door that it was scribbled by, I'm gonna say, Sly. During one of our early sessions, he was like, I'm gonna make the Drunken Monkey, and it looks almost like one of those Barrel of Monkeys figures.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's done in this much more elaborate style befitting the fact that this is a real building.
Like a cursive monkey chain from the Barrel of Monkeys.
Like
Yes.
a medieval manuscript illustration, like a really overcomplicated first letter.
The SpongeBob the.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. And upon seeing that, you all recognize it as the Drunken Monkey. Sophia, what was the character you used to play as a teenager like?
My name was Darkness to Ebony Way, whatever. I do think it was a very edgy rogue character. I'm gonna go ahead and say like Mirage Tempest or something, like really just like hitting the thesaurus. Not like super dissimilar to how Cassie looks now, but just without the techno flair, like more of a fantasy hooded figure sitting in the back of the bar, like throwing a dagger in the air kind of vibe to her.
Elf, half elf?
Oh, go.
I'm immediately assuming it's a elf.
Way
elf or half
to
elf.
clock me personally. No, obviously, as I am outcasted by society and built different, I'm a tiefling.
Of course.
Okay. All right.
Doing the Aragorn pose in the corner.
Exactly. I'm gonna open some double doors. We're a little sweaty. Everyone's gonna love it.
Not in the corner, but Cassie, you realize with the start that the person manning the bar, the person now newly in charge of the Drunken Monkey, is your Mirage Tempest.
Whoa.
You see that she's kind of idly washing a mug as those who, as like the very classic like idling bartender stance. You see that Mirage sort of regards you and says, "Oh, hey," and then goes back to washing their mug.
Is that me? Well,
Is that me?
oh.
No, it's me. What are you talking about?
God, I'm insufferable. Ugh.
Oh, she's just like I remember. Oh, I gotta know if I'm here somewhere. Hold on, let me see.
This
Yeah.
is too freaky.
Unfortunately, none of you guys see any of your other characters.
No, Primbus the gnome bard isn't here.
I don't like how quickly you had that ready to go.
Oh, I was assuming. I was like, oh yeah, absolutely Annie would have played a joke character and then gotten weirdly into it.
Do you approach? Do you talk to her?
I think Cassandra will kind of side-eye the rest of the group to see if anyone else is going to take any action, but if no one else is making a
If
move-
Cassie's not gonna, Annie's absolutely going up to that bar to talk to Mirage.
Cassie will follow very close behind if Annie is approaching, because she's... I'm like, my story instincts are clicking into place that this is an inciting incident of sorts, but like I'm still a little bit in disbelief that we're not in a dream somehow, so she'll follow Annie.
Can I get you anything?
Oh, I don't know. What's good to drink in this joint?
Everything's good to drink. I'm kind of obligated to tell you that as a bartender.
Right, but like, what's really actually good to drink in this joint, you know?
Everything is really actually good to drink here.
Oh my god, Cassie, it's uncanny. Go, girl, give us nothing.
This is really just like Cassie. Oh my god.
Yeah, wow. I will take a beer.
You see that you see that Mirage begins to fill up a cat an ale
A stein, perhaps?
a stein. Yes, thank you. A
No
stein of
problem.
ale, and places it before you.
Thanks, boss.
It tastes like how you thought that beer would taste, like better than it actually is.
Ah, yeah, so like root beer.
Sure.
It's
okay.
just like soda.
All right. Yeah. It has a very soda-like quality
Damn,
to it.
I wish
but
beer
it's
tasted like this.
Let me
So-
guess. You've got a quest for us. It's going to send us to fight some sort of perilous monsters who are raiding the village. I don't know, is there like a signboard or something how we could speed this along?
Wow. Aren't you the perceptive one? No. The bar's just a local drinking spot for the locals nowadays. Not many adventurers come through. You know, after I inherited it at least.
How many of them come out of the trap door in the floor?
What trapdoor in the floor? And you all look and there's no trapdoor in the floor anymore.
Cassie,
Of
that
course.
dream thing is unfortunately sounding more likely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a living. It's what it is.
It's a living.
Maybe not necessarily what I would have liked to have been doing, but I'm here nonetheless. Making my parents proud, isn't that right, Mom? And, she kind of just like regards the ceiling,
Whoa.
ironically.
Of course your OC had dead parents.
For
No, please.
Yeah.
Sly speaks for the first time basically since we've left that room.
Right.
Because he's been looking around at everything and taking it all in. And just asks Mirage, are you able to say anything, or do you read from a script?
Do you see a script in front of me? I can say whatever the fuck I want.
She swore.
I like to think I'd be better
Amazing.
at dialogue than having a script.
Hey, I'm only as good as you are, buddy.
Like, for real, though? Like, you actually are only as good as I am or was in high school? What?
Wait, do you know us?
Of course I know you.
Where's Probus?
How do you know? Wait, what's going on? I don't know what's going on, guys. Oh no.
You don't recognize the drunken monkey? You don't recognize me? I recognize you guys.
No, okay, I get that, but like, why is this okay?
Are you like genre aware?
Do they get TV tropes in this dimension?
I mean, I'm as genre aware as Cassie was when she made me.
Very.
Okay.
The answer is very.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to be looking
Oh.
for the rest of us? Like, should I be looking for Draven?
Draven. I forgot about
If I recall, there's one among your party that isn't here, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
there's Allie.
Allie kind of poofed out of existence as soon as they got
Do-
us into this world.
Do
I'd
you
maybe
know
start
where
with
Allie
that
is?
before trying to find anyone else's.
Well,
Do I know where Allie is? Probably not. Probably the
Probably?
Baron would.
the
The
bear?
Baron would probably know.
Okay, there we go. Okay, where can we find this Baron?
Outside.
Out. Okay, just out. Okay, outside.
I feel like I should
That's not
apologize
going to
to
go
all of
back
you
into the
guys.
school hallway. Okay.
Cassie, I've missed your sparkling attitude, man. This is great.
I'm glad someone's enjoying it.
Hey, I mean, you gotta roll with the punches or you'll lose your mind.
Why, you don't like a
Too
mirror
late.
being shown in front of your face, kid?
I created you.
I'm from you.
This better be a dream. It's
Cassie,
turning into a nightmare.
pardon the question. Have you had kids?
No. God, no.
Okay. All right. Cool. A few things are clicking into place.
Okay.
Sly, are you saying
Sly-
you had kids? Someone slept with you?
A lot of people have slept with me.
You see that Mirage kind of barks out a laugh in response to that.
You would be so lucky. And leaves to go out the front door.
Right.
Okay, wait.
Great,
You
all right.
hold up,
Another round on the
wait
house?
for everyone else. And
You go
Xavier's
to
gonna immediately
exit the
follow
front
up.
Oh,
door.
let him take the walk.
You go to exit the front door. The bar goer that's closest to the front door grabs your wrist and looks into you with dead, monotonous eyes. Suddenly, all the eyes in the bar turn to you five.
Oh shit.
In a single, monotonous voice, the bar goers all recite: "Your presence has made the world fragile. Failure to reach a decision risks unraveling the fabric of reality, ending the world and leaving all within to perish. As long as a unanimous decision is made, the realm will continue. To go home, all living players must gather and each say the game is over. To stay, all living players must gather and each say the game continues." Then all at once they resume what they were doing before, noisy chatter once again filling the bar. Mirage is unfazed.
Oh my
She says,
god.
"Well, there you go."
We've been Jumanji'd.
Oh god.
It's
I think
happening.
we've been
For
Jumanji.
real.
Welcome to the jungle.
We
We've
make
been
this decision
Jumanji.
now. We can just say everybody
No.
we go home.
No, we
No.
need
No.
Allie.
Yeah, they
Oh,
said
wait,
unanimous.
yes,
We need
okay.
Allie.
Okay.
As long
okay.
as Allie's out in the wind. And maybe that means if one of us dies, we all get stuck?
No,
Wait,
no,
no,
don't
they
say
said
that.
all
No,
living
they said
party members?
living.
Oh,
They said specifically living. So if one of us
Ah.
dies, we're no longer living.
So if
Let's
one of you
not even say
dies-
that, guys. Come on, please. Oh my god.
Okay.
Hey, you alright?
Yeah. This is a lot. I don't know how
Yeah.
you guys can just joke around like this. Come on. It's like we're back in high school all over again. Okay.
Look, I'm
It's
not 100% that any of this is actually happening, but I want to get out of this as much as you do. We just need to keep moving forward, okay?
Yep.
Okay. Fine.
Y'all, if this is real, we could make so much money off of it.
Oh my god, Sly. It would be
How
fake
the
game money.
What?
So,
Are we gonna get people to pay us for the privilege of getting trapped in a magical other world where they have to become adventurers?
like- virtual reality is this whole big thing, so instead of putting it on your face, you get to actually go into the world and experience it?
People don't tend to die in virtual reality. I get the feeling that this might have a bit higher lethality rate. Might be a
We
little.
haven't seen that yet.
You didn't feel what I felt when I got hit.
They got those vests for Call of Duty.
All right, well,
I have
first
one.
things, we can't make any decisions until we have Allie. So let's just move forward. We'll get Allie, and then we'll figure out what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, bare minimum. You can't sell it to anybody if we don't get out of here in the first place.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
very fair.
Cassie. Okay. Where, if you were writing this story, we have to go find this Baron outside. Where do you think would be the first place to look once we get out there?
Well, I think we gotta get the lay of the land first. Should we open the door and see what's out there?
I don't wanna. Okay, somebody open the door. I'm
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Who's opening the door?
I'll open
Sly?
the door.
You were okay.
Well, Sly was closest if he wants to open the door.
I would look for a
Sly-
big house savior. Is where I would start.
Before
Something-
Sly opens the door, Xavier's gonna stop him real quick. It's like, Sly, look, please. These were funny jokes when we were just playing games, but I don't know how real this is. Okay, can we just like for once, you and Nasty just like take it down a notch, please?
You gotta live.
Now we know where the kids came from.
There's no risk without reward.
That is not how that
That's
goes.
the opposite of what I meant. There's no reward without risk. We could be rich from this. All of us. We're all part of this. It's not just me this time, I promise.
Aren't you already rich? Why do you care?
Look,
Yeah.
this isn't like the fundraisers that we had. This isn't like the whatever we did for all those campaigns. Like this is I don't even know what this is. Okay,
Hey.
let's figure out what these risks are before we start gambling with money all over again.
Hey, we get out of here. You tell me what office you want to run for, and I'm there. Might be good to help out if you know what I mean. And he winks at Xavier as he says that.
Okay, whatever. Let's just go.
Okay.
Yeah.
You all
And
exit.
then, yeah, leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Sly, you exit, the rest of you follow, and you immediately find yourselves in a town. Naturally, a bar would be in a town. You recognize this as the starting town of your fantasy setting.
Okay.
And you look out nearby to the Drunken Monkey is the exit to is sort of a wide road that leads outside of town, and you can see like vast sprawling fields, farmland, fantastical mountain ranges that are
This is starting
topped
town,
with snow.
Okay.
Green Hill Zone kind of deal.
And you immediately recognize this as the starting town of your world, the Fields of the Zephyr Children.
Forgot that was the name.
What, you think the Fields of the Zephyr Children aren't going to have any fields in it? Come on, you guys.
It's a false advertising. It's actually just Craggy Mountains, Skyrim style.
Is there, as we look around, is there a house that maybe stands out like it's the Barrens?
Yes, actually. You kind of like look more towards where the town sort of center is, and you do notice that one of the houses looks statelier than all the others, and you probably gather that this is where the Baron is and does their work.
Well, that seems like the place to start. It's big and ostentatious and a little ugly, honestly.
Yeah, geez, Max, you didn't tell us your penthouse was already in here. Sorry, Max. Sly, you didn't tell us your penthouse was already in here. I saw the name on the box and I got confused.
I was so confused.
I'm sorry, I'm insulting Sly, not you. You see
We all
what
took psychic damage.
I broke the fourth wall.
Players'
Drink
perspectives
collapsing.
are different. Friendly reminder.
Sorry.
That doesn't compare to my place.
Nobody cares, man.
Whew.
Yeah, she brought it up.
Do you guys all move towards it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Moving around, it's eerie. It's as real as it can be. You feel the cobblestone streets beneath you. You smell the, faint smell of excrement and other dirt related objects.
We really couldn't have made our fantasy world smell any better in high school. We made it up. It should be up to us to have decided it was nice. Put some flowers
Hey, Allie
around.
made it up, and you know how they feel about authenticity.
It's true.
And you see that the passersby that pass you by all kind of regard you with sort of a quiet reverence as they seem to detect that you guys are different. Eventually, you make your way to the Baron's place. You let yourselves in, and you are greeted by a sort of housemaid of sorts, or a caretaker of sorts. Hi, I assume you're here to talk to the Baron.
Yeah, I guess tell him we're here?
Naturally. You all can go up, actually.
It was a weirdly
you all
easy.
you go up go the stairs. You are directed to a small door. You see that the caretaker kind of like knocks, lets himself in and says, Baron, there are some people here to see you. You all let yourselves in. It's not a study, but instead a bedroom. Grand, elegant looking, and sitting at, not sitting, but lying in the bed, a glass of water on the nightstand, is an elf, regal looking, ears distinctly pointed, and it looks exactly like Anastasia's mother.
Oh, great. Awesome.
You immediately, what is your mother's name, Anastasia?
Oh, it's something relatively unpretentious. I think Flora.
Okay.
Flora is relatively unpretentious.
They named me Anastasia, man.
I thought like Grace.
Nah.
Claire.
Claire's the least pretentious name possible.
The caretaker goes in and says, Baron Flora, you have some visitors for you.
Oh, cool. It's not just Cassie.
And immediately, when Flora looks at your eyes, Annie, there is a look of recognition, as if this were your actual mother, who sees you. But kind of uncharacteristically, you see that she breaks out into a smile, and you have a feeling that, and you're immediately met with a sense of like, this is a warmth and a comfort that I have received before, from this person specifically. Flora regards you all. She actually pats the side of the bed for you, Annie, to kind of sit next to her.
Yeah, I'll do it.
How are you?
Oh, you know, weird day.
I'm sure you all didn't expect. I'm sure all of you, none of you expected to find yourselves here. But our town thanks you nonetheless for your arrival.
What are you thanking us for exactly? Just showing up?
For the decision that you're going to make, yes?
They did say something about that in the tavern.
Whatever decision you come to, regardless, I'm glad that you found your way here. That I can look in my daughter's eyes once more.
Okay.
Because as long as you come to a unanimous decision, the realm will continue.
If we unanimously decide to stay, you mean?
If you unanimously decide to leave, the realm will continue as well. Though maybe for the worse, because you won't be in it. But regardless, it needs to be a unanimous decision. And I think, as has been mentioned to you, as long as a decision remains ununanimous. And at that moment, almost on cue, you hear a large rumbling, as if a minor earthquake were happening.
Oh, no.
She kind of glances out in the direction of the window. And as you all kind of like follow her gaze and look at the window outside, you see a large crack form in the sky.
Oh, okay.
Before repairing itself a couple of seconds later.
And if we don't come to a unanimous decision?
She gestures at the window. More of what's been happening.
Perfect.
Okay.
And
Look,
there's our
Allie's out
stakes.
there somewhere. We don't know where they went. They pulled us in here and disappeared. Do you have any idea where they might be?
I will respond to that question with another question. Where did the evil nemesis of the fantasy world hang out?
Oh, there was for sure like a really big spiky evil castle across a suitably lengthy stretch of like complicated desert and like, you know, blasted heath and wasteland that needed to be crossed to get there, you know, lots of random encounter tables, shit like that.
Classic.
Yeah.
Not your mom's basement?
Not my mom's basement.
It seems you have your answer then, dear.
They can't just make it easy for us, can they?
No, apparently not. And they need time as well on their end.
For what?
She gives a knowing smile.
No, don't do that shit. What, don't say it out loud. Say it out loud.
She doesn't relent.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Look, at a guess, we all want to leave. If the decision were unanimous, the sky wouldn't be cracking. Allie came here because they want to be here. They might need time to change their mind.
Why?
All right.
Why would they though?
Why would anyone want
Are
to
you saying you
escape
wanna
into
stay?
a fantasy world?
I'm not saying I want to stay. I'm saying that this world is just different. Has anyone talked to Allie in all these years?
No.
I haven't talked to any of you. The last person that I talked to was you, Sly, and that was way too long ago. I don't look. We should go find Allie, but if they chose to be here, you know, how are we gonna convince them to leave?
Well, we'll have to find out why they want to stay, I guess.
That's not technically the only loophole that they included.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, where are we going again, Anastasia? Since you decided to put the tower
Hey,
so far away.
I decided that shit out of game, all right? World building.
It's really hard
decide
to
that shit.
keep track of
Sure.
game distance when you're playing.
So-
When you're playing atop the table and not having to actually
Let's be real.
traverse it.
Allie decided to make the main villain live in a big, spiky, dark castle on the other side of a blasted heath that takes a week of in-game travel.
That was a personal attack on Red, not Annie.
Fair enough.
I mean, do we have any kind of teleportation circle or artifact we could have used to get there? How did we get there last time?
Pretty sure we walked.
Oh, okay.
To fight all those goblins, and there's that.
I do
encounter
have
with,
a
like,
god I
bandits.
could ask.
There was that bit with the sky
That
pirates, but that didn't
sounds
really get us
great.
too
I'm sorry.
far.
Go backwards to the
Let's
part where
use
you
that
asked
god.
God.
Wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait. We'll do that first. Let's resolve God first.
Yes.
I don't know what it's gonna cost though. So yeah, I'm not too keen on asking right now. But
I mean, like, I got a couple cards if you need them.
cards?
Like, credit cards?
Sly, have
wanna-
you checked your pockets since we got here?
No.
Please do, as a special treat for me.
Sly looks down and for the first time sees the gun at his hip.
And the no
shit.
wallet and the no credit cards.
God, I don't have my credit cards here, so cool. Fuck. How do you people live like this?
It doesn't matter. Okay, looks
I
like
have a feeling, and the Baron, Flora addresses you all again.
Yep.
I have a feeling that there's no talking your way out of this one. I also have a feeling that time may not pass in the same way as you would expect. There is not chronological advancement, but narrative advancement.
Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks. Anastasia, your mom's amazing, by the way.
Well, Let us not be those to go against familial expectations. If we walk out this door, is there a good chance that perhaps we'll be closer to our destination than we think?
You'll have to go outside to find out now, won't you?
Yes, we always seem to have to.
Fuck it, let's do it. Slack goes and opens this door too.
All right.
You see that as you all leave.
Oh, no, I'm taking like 30 seconds after everyone else leaves.
Oh, okay. Everyone else leaves. Annie, you decide to stay behind?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
I think since she got in this room, Annie's smile has completely dropped. And she just looks at Flora and goes, you know, I really thought maybe this would be real. You know, I thought maybe this would be a fun new thing that I get to do, but you just had to go and spoil the illusion, didn't you?
That's what makes it real, dear.
No, don't do that. I know you're not her. She doesn't know me anymore.
I've always known you, child.
No. Yeah, I'm just gonna hug her.
Come back soon, okay?
God, if I can. All right, well.
Red, I would ask, does Annie feel joyful right now?
No.
Okay.
No, this is like the most bittersweet sensation she's ever felt. Like, there might be something good in there, but I think it's at war with something else. Like,
Okay.
oh, cool, the validation I've never gotten from, in my memory, from my real, you know, but at the same time, you know, there's something here that seems real, but, like, this wasn't what she was like when she was lucid, so, this is what I wished she was like, and that's what's making her go, like, oh, okay, cool, so this isn't just real, this is something fake, but now it's like, well, maybe that is what makes it real, so... A lot's happening in Annie's head.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll maybe say that you're at a 0 on the joy scale.
I'll take that 0. I think the 1 is gone as soon as she walks in this room.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You kind of have your final moment with
Yep.
your mom, and then you leave.
Yep.
Okay. The caretaker kind of stops you on your way out. You know that you'll be actually no. Waiting outside the barony, the house is Mirage Tempest.
Uh-huh.
Kind of like arms crossed, leg up. It's like, you know there's gonna be some things you're gonna have to fight on the way over there, right? They're not gonna let you go that easily.
Oh, I hope there's something to fight.
Yeah.
Didn't expect anything less.
All right. Just as long as you're aware and prepared.
Aware and prepared are two very different things.
Just as long as you're aware of that. And with that, Mirage heads back to the Drunken Monkey, and I think that is where we'll take our break.
Woo!
Great.
Okay.
Mysteries unfold.
Oh, baby, emotional damage. Rolling with difficulty.
A host of bakers enter. Only one leaves. From the makers of Dodeca Donut comes Fantasy Food Fight. This is a brand new Take That style card game for 4 to 6 players, where you bake dishes, hurl them at your foes, and fight to be the last baker standing. Combine ingredients to bake dishes, use Cinemonsters to defend yourself, see the future, steal from your opponents, and much, much more. But watch out, collect too much splat and you're out of the game. It's a baking battle royale. The Kickstarter for Fantasy Food Fight is live now and runs through the end of June. Be sure to get in on the edible antics and back it today through the link in the description or show notes below. Fantasy Food Fight, Kickstarter available now.
The Badlands. Legend has it that beneath the dust, something old and powerful still whispers to any gunslinger foolish enough to listen. One day, aboard a doomed train into the wastes, 3 unlucky travelers hear that call. A runaway socialite, a shape-shifting bounty hunter, and a retired thief turned family man. Will our outcasts find what they're looking for?
I mean, we're already here. Let's have a little fun.
You're
really went in there guns blazing.
I thought that was the plan.
My potions are miraculous.
I thought we were being quiet.
Oh, Stump only has one volume, sorry.
Wild roses grow out of his mouth, having filled his lungs.
What's happening out there?
Violence.
Find out on Mage Hand High Five.
Rolling with difficulty.
And welcome back. So, last we left our heroes, well, maybe not our heroes, but our scrawny group of misfits.
Judgy.
Antagonists.
Our exhausted 30-year-olds.
Our exhausted 30-something-year-olds. You had all found yourselves in the world of Die, gotten acquainted to what it holds, gotten a taste of combat, and basically a quest, essentially. So you all exit the Baron's house. You get your weird cryptic warning from Mirage Tempest, who leaves to go back to the Drunken Noodle, Drunken Monkey.
Close enough.
That is my Thai
can we
place order.
retcon it now?
Yeah. Do you think if we all order Thai food right now, we could simultaneously be eating some drunken noodles on the pod? Is that an option? It's my Thai food order, so I'm genuinely, as a person, curious if I can just...
Now I'm hungry. Okay.
Oh, that's what's in Sly's pockets.
Just Drunken Noodle.
Just
Loose
spaghetti.
drunken noodles.
No container.
Loose, wet spaghetti.
Loose spaghetti. In the tightest leather pants you've ever seen.
Oh god.
It's like fringe out the pockets.
No, bad.
Man.
Oh, that's
But you all
Wally, I hope you draw that, Wally.
that's no, absolutely not.
You don't get the spaghetti
No.
pockets art.
I would like that fan art on
'Cause
my
if I
desk
mess
by
that up,
Monday.
that's
Please
not-
and thank
that's not gonna
you.
look great.
Yeah, remember, he's like a very studly pirate man, but
Yeah.
always with spaghetti in the pockets.
That's why we call them
Couple
old
of
spaghetti
meatballs,
pockets.
if you know what I
Spaghetti
mean.
and the meat. Ew.
Is that spaghetti in
Sorry,
your
you
pocket?
I
could
can't
cut
believe you
that
managed to
out.
have children multiple times.
Oh, man.
Anyway,
Leave it all in.
you all continue through the town and vaguely in the direction of where you all remember the spooky dark tower that you all had to cross wildlands and whatever Red said.
Big blasted heath, wasteland,
Yeah.
desert.
Yeah.
Vaguely in that direction. As you all start to walk, you take in the scenery. It's I don't know if many of you have like traveled. I know Annie had mentioned that she had, but the vistas that are available are more beautiful than anything that you have seen in person in the world.
Have you seen the Seven Wonders? God.
The Seven Wonders are actually there. They're right there.
Well, what about the
All-
Hanging
all
Guards
se-
of
all
Babylon,
seven
and
of
nobody's
them.
seen those?
Right next to each other.
Lined up.
It's the Colossus, the Hanging Guard, it's the...
in their
Giza,
form of beauty, just
Yeah.
straight out of a Civ game.
Oh, the Library of Alexandria hasn't
Jesus
been
statue
burned.
in Rio.
Yeah. As you guys are starting to traverse and travel this landscape, I just like a check-in on what everyone is feeling, what their characters are feeling. So I'll go down the list of what I see. So Wally, how is Xavier feeling as they're as he's walking through this landscape? Everything that he's seen so far and is set to experience from what he's been foretold.
His nerves have calmed down. He's gotten this feels a lot more comfortable. He kind of remembers vaguely the rules of this world, and this ability to call upon, or to twist the fated god in his favor is making him feel a little nervous as to what the consequences of those actions are. As the last time he had too much power in his hands, it didn't quite go well. But he is really happy to see everyone again. But yeah.
Ripley, Robin, how's Ripley feeling?
Ripley had been pretty confident that this was still some kind of hallucination or drug-induced fever dream, but after seeing Flora, that didn't seem like something they would conjure up themselves. And now their wheels are turning about, okay, I'm here. I have real power. What does that mean, and what do I do with it?
Yeah. Red, how does Annie feel?
Still not great. Annie is kind of trying not to get hung up on this, but she is absolutely like rolling back the clock and racking her brain for a time when her real mother was ever that warm with her, and thus far pretty much coming up empty. So she's like, I think any other day she'd be seeing these beautiful, stunning vistas and being like, wow, you know, it's the journey, not the destination. But she's so wrapped up in the almost like cruelty of, oh, this is what you want in the real world, but you're not there, and when you go back, you won't have this anymore. And it won't matter that this happened, kind of like a bit of a gloom spiral going on. Yeah, she's shut up for the first time all evening, so see if anyone notices.
All right. Sly, Max?
Sly is still looking around. The wheels are churning in his head about how he could turn this into a profit.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so fantastical and outside his normal area of expertise that it seems like something that people would be interested in. You know, the idea of being able to play your games in person more than LARPing, if he even really knows what LARPing is.
Mm-hmm.
Is just, yeah.
All right, yeah. And Cassie, Sophia.
There's a little part of Cassie that is absolutely loving this. It's like the most creative and free from responsibility that she's been in a very, very long time. But the much more practical and louder part of Cassie's brain is saying, whether this is a hallucination or a dream or really happening, just stay focused on getting out of here. You know the rules of how this kind of world works. You have responsibilities to get back to, and you got to keep everyone together for, if no other purpose, than getting them to all say the appropriate words to get out of the situation and get back to her sister and her job and all of her responsibilities.
Mm-hmm. All right. As you all are walking, you're taking in the sights, you're ruminating in your thoughts. You come across a small clearing of trees, and as you pass through, suddenly, you are all apprehended. You are all caught unawares as a group of about 5 bandits come in your way. You see that they all have cloths over their heads, masks of a sort. All regard you. The leader, or at least the one taking point, is sort of a shorter stature, and you hear her sharply yell out, "Money now!"
Excuse me?
You heard me. Money now.
Like, you want some, or you're going to give us some?
You see at this moment that she starts to falter. Like you're gonna give me some.
Why?
Because you see that she kind of forgets herself.
The line is your money or your life.
And she realizes that she hadn't actually drawn a weapon at this point. And so she very hastily draws a dagger from her side and says, yeah, what she said, your money or your life.
There we go. Some professionalism.
Well, we don't have any money, and we're not going to give you our lives, so either you can put the dagger away, and we'll all just walk away and pretend this didn't happen, or, I guess we could fight about it. I don't know. I feel pretty okay about our chances.
You see what you assume to be the second in command, kind of all sort of balk at the self-assuredness that everyone has here, and for good reason. And you see that he kind of goes up and just kind of tentatively says, Haley, maybe we shouldn't.
Hey, it's
Yeah.
okay. You could say it with your chest.
Maybe we shouldn't. And Ripley, you recognize the voice as Gabriel's, and you start to recognize the voice of the person who was accosting you as Haley's.
Oh. In that case, Ripley thinks for a second, smiles, and then looks up and says, I don't think you all understand what's going on right now, so let me clear it up for you. You're not negotiating with us. You're not in control of us. We're the ones who are in control here, okay?
You're not using the voice, are you?
Not yet.
Okay. I would still like you to make a charisma roll here.
Okay.
If you're not using the voice, don't add your D4.
Got it.
I will say that you have an advantage, so you get +1.
Is that an extra die?
An extra die,
Okay.
yeah.
God, that was so many dice. It sounded like.
I could hear that shit.
That's 3 5s and a 4.
Woo!
Okay. So an overwhelming 4 successes. You see that the person who was taking point kind of like slump their shoulders in defeat. Remove her mask, and Robin, describe to me what Haley looks like.
Haley has short hair. It would be kind of a dishwater blonde, but it's been repeatedly dyed over, so now it's more of a almost orange color. And is very frayed. She looks like... She looks like somebody who walked into a punk rock concert and got trapped in the mosh pit and had a rough time of it.
Oof. Oof.
Okay. And describe to me Gabriel.
Ooh, okay. You know John Leguizamo in the Romeo plus Juliet movie?
Oh my god,
Yes.
yes.
God.
That's it. Maybe a little less cartoonish, but otherwise 100% that guy.
Okay, all right.
Standing.
You see the person in front take her mask off, and it is Haley. It's not even a spitting image of Haley. You know it to be Haley.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of slumps her shoulders and says, it's fine, guys. And you see that everyone else begins to take off their masks, and you see Gabriel, and the 3 other people that you see are people that you recognize as well, as people who used to hang with you when you were still using.
Mm-hmm.
They're, whether it's just like just people that you were with, or people that you knew well, you recognize them as part of this party. Haley is worse than you have ever seen her, and you've caught her in some pretty rough situations.
Yeah.
It's automatically clear that she's doing this not out of a desire to do so, but out of a desperation for a next fix. She looks at you, and also, I will say, notably, none of them recognize you, Ripley. None of them recognize a Ripley who has used before, who has been caught doing drugs, who has struggled with alcoholism. They do not recognize you. But nevertheless, Haley still looks and says, if you can just If you can just give us something, man.
What are you gonna do with it?
What does it matter to you?
More than you'd think. Humor me.
Just live. Do what we can to get by. It's not enough to do anything with. It's just enough to get by.
Ripley has a thought, and as much as they want to bury it, the curiosity is just too much, and they decide to use the voice.
Whoa.
Okay. What do you say?
Do better for yourselves.
Okay. You are affecting everyone?
Yes.
Or just Haley? Okay.
Oh. Wait, like everyone, or just all these?
So
the
you-
entire,
you-
the group of them, not any of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
yeah.
Fix
So
yourselves.
I will say you
I'm
lose one success for each target past the first. So whatever you end up rolling with your, so most likely what's going to happen is that you don't have any modifiers to your intensity. Whatever you roll in your D4 is going to be what ends up happening to them.
Okay. All right.
No.
We're gonna see how it goes.
Mm-hmm. I will
Big
say,
swings in a one
Yep.
shot.
yeah. So roll your 4 charisma plus your D4. I won't say that you have any advantages or disadvantages at this time, though.
That's 5, 5, 4, 3, and a 2 on the D4.
Wow. Okay. So 2 is still, they feel it intensely. You lose 4 successes because you're trying to target 5 people.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I believe you only had 3 successes to begin
Yeah.
with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I will say how this rolls out is that whatever you roll on your intensity is what you end up getting.
Got it.
And so you get a 2, which is they feel it intensely. If intensity is less than their willpower, and for bandits, their willpower is 4. So currently it is less. They can... sorry, trying to find this. They may resist with a wisdom roll at a difficulty of half intensity. So I will say that Haley and Gabriel, they choose not to resist.
Oh, okay.
They choose to feel it intensely.
Mhm.
The other 3, though, will try to resist. So let me roll their wisdom. Their wisdom is 2. And with a difficulty of 1. So I need to roll 2 successes for them to resist.
All right.
That is a 3 and a 6, which means that one of them fails. That's a 1 and a 2, which is a critical fail.
Whew.
And a 1 and a 3, which is another critical fail.
Ooh. And on a critical
all-
fail, I've broken them, and the influence is permanent.
Whoa.
Yes.
Ooh.
I was interpreting that as if you rolled a critical fail, but I don't.
Oh.
Actually, no, that's not possible because the D4 isn't. The D4 is utilized differently.
Right.
So yes, you adjudicated correctly. And what was your command to them again?
Do better for yourselves.
Your tattoos glow purple and start to smoke. They begin to feel do better for yourselves intensely. And let me see how to adjudicate this.
Yeah.
When was the lowest you've ever felt, Ripley?
The lowest Ripley ever felt was getting kicked out of their parents' house after asking them for money to pay off drug debts.
Ouch.
And being told, don't bother trying to contact us again.
I would say that part of that lowness is because the people who loved you, the people who cared for you, had expectations for you, and you felt that you did not meet them, could not meet them.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize immediately in the faces of all 5 of the bandits standing before you that they have been given a command that they have horrendously failed at. And the looks that they gave you is evokes the same feeling that you had of realizing that you have failed to meet the expectations of perhaps the only people who cared for you. Despite that, there is still that strength to move on, to do better.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't look and see a group of people who found newfound strength in themselves, a newfound will to go on. If anything, they seem more broken and tired. But there is still a fire in them. And Haley doesn't regard you. Haley doesn't say anything. She simply gives you with tears in her eyes, a quiet, subtle nod. And in fact, she actually whispers, "But what if I can't?"
Only one way to find out.
It's as if it was the answer that she dreaded hearing, but hears anyway. She gives a nod.
I feel immediately terrible.
No fight left in them. They all look at each other and decide to slink past you all, back in the direction of your starting town. You don't suspect that that's where they started from, but you suspect that that's where they're going to go to try and do as Ripley said. Do better for themselves. Robin, how does Ripley feel?
Rough?
Please.
As soon as I see that look on Haley's face, I realize that forcing my will upon her is no better than letting her wallow in her pain. And I go quiet.
The only solace that you feel from this is that you have fundamentally asked them to do a good thing, to do better for themselves. And you know, cosmically, that it succeeded. So however they may feel now, you know that everything they're going to be doing from now on will be in the service of doing better for themselves. You know that everything that they're going to be doing from now on is going to be comparing themselves to how they were before. And if they succeeded, they can only tell themselves there is better to be done. And if they failed, it is the worst feeling they could have ever feel.
And now they'll never be satisfied.
Dark.
Yeah.
Oops.
Without, with no obstructions before you, do you continue?
I think so.
Okay. You all continue on. There's a lull in the moments as you begin to walk. I would say that all of you notice that Ripley was sort of affected by this. I will say if there's a moment, if anyone wants to say anything, this would be it.
Yeah.
Xavier will actually I don't know. He's gonna keep his distance actually. If Ripley can do that to these bandits, who's to say Ripley can't do that to any of them?
Would you Ripley, would you notice that Xavier was keeping distance?
Yeah, but I'd understand why.
Anyone else have anything to say?
I don't think that Cass. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't think that Cassie would necessarily address what had just happened, but I also don't think that she's going to avoid Ripley at all. I think she would just sort of keep walking and making the same sort of idle chatter about the world that they've presumably been doing this whole time of man, we really thought up some sort of fantasy world when we were kids. I mean, those are purple sheep or something over there. I don't know what's going on, but I guess we were creative in our own ways.
Yeah, there's
And just
nothing
sort
more
of
fantasy.
doing distraction chit chat more than anything else.
Yeah.
I think I reach for her hand at one point, just during a little lull, and just give it a little squeeze.
Just squeeze it back.
All right.
Were those people that we would have known from high school?
Haley for sure. Haley was in our class.
Haley's from high school.
Oh, that
Gotcha.
changes things a bit. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
yeah.
Slide just mentally takes a note of that.
Anyone else? Annie?
I think Annie's not in a place to try and help on that front, but is definitely engaging in the sort of observational comedy of weird shit in this fantasy world that we used to play in. But it's sort of on autopilot almost.
Okay. You all decide to keep walking, and your road naturally finds yourself into another town. Not as grand as the one before, which is saying something because the starting town wasn't that grand to begin with. This one is more of a hamlet more than anything.
Oh, good. Now the sheep are blue. I don't know what's going on here. What were we thinking about?
Apparently sheep.
Yeah.
Apparently.
You know, this might be my fault. I feel like I kept asking what made them fantasy sheep versus just normal sheep in this fantasy world. This feels like a me thing.
Allie's like, I don't know, the sheep are blue. Just shut
They're
up.
blue here. That's why they're magical.
Get off my case, man.
Yeah,
that's
this sounds like
definitely-
something
Yeah.
Nasty would do. Oh god.
Yeah.
Nasty would do?
Hey, we don't bring that up anymore, okay?
Right. Sorry. I'm just it's just been weird.
No. I mean, we're all stressed out.
I know you said that I was allowed to, but I'm sorry I called you that.
No, it was fine when you did it. It made me feel cool.
Oh, okay. I didn't think I
Look,
made
there's no
anybody
good
else feel
options.
cool. I thought I just
No,
weirded people
listen.
out.
Nah. If you respected me in any way to have a cool nickname, that made me cooler by contrast, or by association. There's no real good way to nickname Anastasia,
Yeah.
You all make it to this next town, and I guess almost instinctively you guys trying to look for the closest bar just to kind of get your bearings, figure out where you are, figure out how much longer you need to go. When suddenly you are all met with a bunch of townspeople running in the opposite direction of you.
Oh boy.
Oh, that can't be good.
And in fact, one of them yells, "Dragon!"
Oh,
that's
finally
really not
something
good.
uncomplicated to
okay.
hit.
All right, uncomplicated but deadly.
Only if we die.
You see, in fact, in the town square, people have gathered what loot, what gold, what belongings they have, and gathered it in the center of town. And before you guys can make it into the town square, you see a black mass, shadowed and indiscernible, sort of swoop down suddenly, pick it all up, and make and take off back to the sky, turning around into a nearby mountain range, flitting into a cave in the mountain range.
Can I shoot it?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think you should at least try.
Yeah. I'll say that you're close enough that you can try and shoot it.
Is this foolish to shoot a dragon with a gun?
That does feel pretty foolish.
Yeah, I would say so.
Sure, I'll
foolish.
say that you can use your fool dice. What is the what number have you marked for your fluke?
I have marked 2. So when so my special dice is a D6, and when I start out, I get to put a circle on a number, which I've just written down. And if I roll that, even though it's technically a failure, there's also kind of a positive that comes out, and then I add more if I don't get it. So basically just stacks my luck until I get it.
You were using your dex, by the way.
Yes.
For ranged attacks.
I have 2 for both of them.
Okay.
That's a 1, a 2, and a 6 on my
Fool die?
on my fool die, which means nothing, but it is a special, which means I get to roll again.
You get to roll another d6 and add it to the present dice pool.
Yep. Which is a 5, so that's a 6, a 5, 2, and a 1.
Okay, so 2 successes. But that you didn't roll a 2 on your fool's dice.
Correct.
Fool's die.
Which means
okay.
I get to add to it, I believe.
Yep. Okay. So you decide and you take some pot shots at it. You manage to clip its wing, and you see that it like falters slightly. But it doesn't stop in its track, and it still flits into the cave.
Well, shall we go get this money?
I feel
The
like
money is for
money's
the
probably not the goal here.
Townsfolk,
but
though. Right?
Yeah, I
We
think
can work that out later.
We can kill a lot of birds with one stone by going and taking out the dragon, probably.
Okay.
it is the sort of thing you fight in these sort of stories, so it makes sense to go that way. I also kind of like glancing around the landscape. Dragon's Hoard feels like a more likely destination of final boss than anything else we've seen, so...
Yep, and this thing turning out to secretly be one of our dark and tragic pasts feels very unlikely, so I feel like we can probably just hit this one.
Is the dragon my ex-wife?
Damn, Sly!
You got married?
That was Max. To Noir.
Well, I guess I'll ask this.
As
Your wife look like a dragon?
As you all sort of start to make your way up the mountain range towards the cave, I'll ask, Max,
God damn
is
it.
there anything that Sly is frightened of?
Alimony.
Weirdly enough, ferrets.
Having to downgrade to a less
like really
luxurious
innocuous
apartment.
things. I mean, failure.
Unions.
Failure. Okay.
I know that that's kind of vague, but
No, I like that one. That's good.
Yeah, no, it's good.
failure and being viewed as less than.
And then I'll also ask this. Is there anything that Sly has encountered in his life that he feels to be so big that he doesn't bother even fighting against it?
In what way?
Like
guess.
like in the same way that like in the same way that a guy might get bummed out because the man is keeping him down. I mean, I would say that Sly has found himself somewhat a victim of capitalism, the rat race, that never-ending grind.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, my first instinct was no.
Okay.
That's an interesting perspective on the most public image obsessed person who's desperate to conform to the principles of what makes somebody cool and high status because the system has automatically molded him into thinking this is the most important thing in his life.
Now that that's been said, I think I may have meant the opposite. Can you ask the question again?
Is there anything that is so big, so daunting that you don't even like consider fighting it? Like you thought like, oh, like I'm not even going to consider going against this because it is so huge and all encompassing that like what's the use? I might as well just try and follow it.
Boy, that's a deep question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it's. This is another kind of weird, vague cop-out answer, but like, just societal norms a little bit. Like,
I'd say that's fair.
Like he doesn't really have a personality, because everything is just about getting better. You know, it's all about getting better and being better than the people around him. Like, he has to win.
Yeah, okay.
And the easiest way to do that, sometimes, is to just follow the flow.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
As you begin to approach closer to this cave, those feelings of societal pressure begin to mount, as if it's an aura that's emanating from this cave. And what would be like a physical manifestation of your failure, Max? Max, what would be Sly's physical manifestation of failure?
It's getting fucking
My
personal
personal
here.
failure, my 5th year of high school.
Yeah, there we go.
Christ.
One more year.
I mean, the I know what answer you want. I mean, it's his family.
Okay.
That they're not around. That it's easier to just, he did it because that was what you're supposed to do.
Oh, it's comp het. You got comp headed, bro.
I don't know what that means.
You got amanonormativity.
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was bringing the vocab sheet.
No.
Society convinced you that a heterosexual romantic relationship would fix you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, kind of, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Comp het and amanonormativity is the idea that romance is what fixes people.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a fix though in this instance. I think it was just like
What you had to do.
What you do,
That's
yep.
what you do.
That's the
not
norm
that anything,
part of the
yeah, but not that
normativity,
anything was wrong necessarily, but just it's what you do.
Something would be wrong if you didn't do it, though. Hence the norm.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Insert me saying those words. And now
Sly does not know the word amanonormativity. Sly is not on the right parts of Tumblr to know that vocab word.
Max doesn't know those words. Yeah, but I think that the fact that when the divorce came, which was very clearly not Sly's idea, was just like, sure, let's just get this over with.
Okay. One final question for you, Max. What is Sly's ex-wife's name?
Fuck. Names
Smoke,
worst.
scourge of the mountain.
Fuck. We'll just pull from the Badlands. And we'll say Kate.
Kate. Okay. It does not look like her in physicality. It does not look like her. But as you approach the cave, you realize that the dragon is a manifestation of one of your greatest failures. Indeed. In that it is Kate. What's more is that the hoard that it possesses grips you in a way that nothing else has before. You've known what it's like to have money. You've known what it's like to have success. Looking at this hoard of riches before you gives you a sense of satisfaction, of satiation. You need it. You want it? You know that if you have it, it'll give you everything that you've been missing out in the real world.
Sly just runs in.
Oh boy.
And we fight the dragon.
Yay!
All right.
Wait.
Fools rush in, baby.
I'm also, I'm trying to balance, like, playing the fool with being, like, Max is the, like, hyper thinker.
No, this rules. I love it.
Yeah.
I'd say if there's any moment to do so, to do it, now would be the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think let me look at the combat rules again. But I think narratively it might be fitting that Sly would go first.
Oh yeah. Even if it's not rolled
Sly gets that
I would be
surprise
willing
round.
Defeat his
to sacrifice.
ex-wife.
Yes,
To-
in single combat to get all that tasty alimony for himself.
You all just, like, sit down and watch.
I mean, if Sly gets himself killed, a few of our problems do become much easier to solve.
No.
Wow.
No,
we still have...
Annie's not thinking this, all right? This is me.
Do we still have the +1 to guard?
No, I think-
yes, unless it has been another dawn since we started.
Oh,
It has not.
there you go.
Yeah.
tasty.
Okay.
Yeah. So everyone resets their guard. You do not reset your health, but I believe everyone's already at full health because Xavier healed
Yes.
Ripley for one, which was the one that they didn't have. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
and everyone gets +1 to guard from my force fields.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, Sly, you want to go first?
Yeah.
All right. Roll your attack.
Are we... What's this, like, cavern, or what are we looking at? Like, in this...
It
'Cause I think-
looks like the home that you had tried to build with Kate.
Like, literally?
Yes.
Like, my live Christ.
Okay.
Thanks. That's a great question. Thank you for asking
The
that.
cave is a real open plan condominium
Yeah.
with like the
It's a
kind like
split-level
Wow,
stairs
is that a
with no
marble
railing,
kitchen island? Woo!
It's a pet house. It looks like a pet house on the Upper West Side.
can lights on the ceiling.
Yeah.
God, I was ready to be like, I shoot at the at the stalactite to fall on her.
You shoot at the crystal chandelier that you've got over the kitchen island.
Wait, that's cool as hell.
Really?
Can I do that? Can
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
Can I try
Hell
to cut
yeah.
a chandelier and ride it up to drop it on the dragon?
That sounds fantastic. That sounds exactly like what a fool would do.
Very piratey, yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Roll your dex plus your fool's dice.
That's 3 threes,
Yeah.
Somebody had to fail at some point, right?
which is not the number that I put it on.
This is amazing.
Okay.
Joy
So-
Night's back on the menu, folks. And he's having a great time immediately.
So you added. So what are the what are the numbers that you added circles to already?
As after that roll, my circles are on 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
So I had just added it to the 3.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. All right. So unfortunately, Nothing material happens to you, but you do, like...
I just break one of my chandeliers.
You basically do. The dragon is able to skitter out from underneath, and evade the chandelier. It crashes in great spectacular fashion into the hoard of wealth that it's been sitting on. You kind of careen off into the ceiling and into the upper level of your penthouse.
I go to the second floor.
Yeah. All right. Next is the dragon. It's gonna go and do its fire breath at.
We can't have a one-on-one fight with a fire breath. Oh, God. Okay.
Sure you can.
I believe in you, buddy.
It has.
The power of your winning personality will see you through this one.
I mean, it only has 2 decks, so it's only rolling 2. Oh, but it did roll a 6.
Oh.
So it does. It has special. Target suffers 1 hit per turn until extinguished. So it does manage to kind of pivot itself up into the upper level, throw out a flaming breath at you, and engulf you in flame. You lose 1 guard, and until you take an action to extinguish it, you will continue to suffer 1 hit per turn.
What was the other die?
It was a 3.
I have 1 defense.
Oh, so no, nothing happens. Okay. So rather, what happens is the dragon does pivot, engulfs you in flame, but it miraculously misses everything. It misses everything important around you, and you are instead left cinematically in an environment of raging flame that is maybe matching your internal emotions.
It's the coolest thing you've ever seen.
It is unfortunately the coolest thing anyone has ever seen. Okay. Is everyone else rushing into this fight?
I'll rush into the fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say, according to Dex rules, it would be the Neo that goes next.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to run in and just sort of size up the situation. Am I also seeing Sly's apartment and
Yes, everyone is seeing Sly's
Okay.
apartment. This isn't just a figment of Sly's imagination.
That would be really funny if everyone else saw a cave, and I'm like, oh, it's my apartment.
Quick, shoot the crystal chandeliers.
Ugh, new money, so gaudy.
There are
What are you
12.
talking
Alright.
about, Sly?
Oh, God.
I do have a ranged weapon, so I don't think I'd like to move any closer to the dragon. I think I want to kind of like skirt around the entrance to the house. And, I think Cassie's gonna be like, okay, well, rules of the narrative say that I probably got a tool for this, so pocket. Ah, okay, crossbow, great, that'll work. And I'd like to fire with the crossbow. If I could, like, aim for the dragon's eye.
Ooh.
Okay. You're trying to find a weak spot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll say that this is an added difficulty since you're trying to like sharpshooter it.
Sure.
So you remove one of your die from your pool, but roll all the same.
Sweet. Is that still like the strength thing?
No, for ranged weapons it's Dex.
Okay, awesome. So I'm rolling 2 because I have a dex of 3. Ooh, one of those is a 6 and the other is a 4. Wow.
Okay. Unfortunately, the dragon has 2 defense, so that does remove 2 successes. So you need to have at least 3 successes. I'm saying this now going forward. You need to have at least 3 successes in order to even hit it.
Wow.
Good to know.
Can Xavier ask for a miracle here?
On your turn, yes.
Miracle says at any point you can speak to a god who requests a miracle.
Hey.
Okay,
Ooh.
sure. You recede into the back of your mind, and you find yourself in front of the court of the
This
three
is not the
Moirai.
time, X.
Oh god, everyone's...
Time stops.
Okay.
This is not the time.
Yeah, don't worry. They look at you expectantly.
I promised I wouldn't really do this, but this is a situation where I might lose them. So, Oh, I'm asking Fates to guide us through this combat. Make sure our attacks ring true. Ask for protection. May misfortune fall upon the dragon. Tell me what it's going to cost.
The one in the middle takes the eye and looks at you intently. This is something we can do for you. At a cost, of course. I will say that for the sake of things, you will just take on 2 god debt.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. Do you accept?
If that's what gets us through this alive, yes.
All right. So mark 2 god debt with the Morai. And I will say that in order that for your blades to ring true, I will remove 1 defense from the dragon. So you guys just need to have at least 2 successes in order to deal damage to it.
Cool.
Actually, no. If it's, I'll let you choose, Wally. It's either you take on 1 god debt to remove 1 god oh my god. You remove 1 god debt to remove 1 defense, or you remove 2 god debt to remove 2 defense. I'll let you choose. It seems a bit
I'll take the 2 god debt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So the dragon is the dragon. You all instinctively are made aware that it is left defenseless, and your attacks will ring more true should you succeed at them.
Wow.
Okay. I will say that this happens before Cassie's turn. So what were your final rolls, Cassie?
A 4 and a 6.
Okay. So you remove 2 guard from it as you nail it in the eye, and it begins to wince in pain.
This would be a really good time to run away. Also, is a possibility for everyone who's here. And then Cassie will lock eyes with Annie's ready hammer and Sly mid-fight with what seems to be something internal as well as external based on the expression, and be like, we're not going to run. All right, double down, everybody. Let's go.
I will say that while you did hit it in a weak spot, that is not the dragon's weak spot. And I will also say that, I'll read here. When someone who knows a dragon's weak spot attacks with a weapon that can target that weak spot, those attacks have the double special, so if you roll 2 6s, kills the dragon.
Wow.
Yeah. But that is the Neo's turn. The dragon will go next. I will roll to see who it attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fool again. Okay.
Appropriate.
What?
All right.
This feels personal. Should we leave the room?
Wait. She gets to attack every turn?
It's popcorn rules.
No. Oh no, you're right. You're so right. No. It's popcorn, but there's only 1 enemy here, so you're right. Thank you for catching me on that.
Yeah, my wife's not that powerful.
I'm totally not juggling 5 plates right now. All right, who wants to go next then?
I can take a crack at it.
Yeah. Are you feeling particularly joyful right now?
I would say not quite up to the level I was before. I'll take it as a flat roll.
Okay.
I think seeing Sly kind of eat shit was pretty funny, but not quite shaking me out of it just yet.
Okay.
So I just I'm rolling, I guess, flat strength, which is 3. So let's see. Okay, that's a 4, 5, and a 6. So that's 3 successes.
Nice.
And a special.
And a special, right.
If this hit removes a guard from your foe, remove 2 instead of 1.
Right. So if this thing has guard, that does something. Also, this is a minor note, but my hammer has a ranged attack, so I can attack from medium range.
Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'll say that everyone is in medium range right now. So anyone who has a weapon that can shoot that far, you would have to. You can shoot at this point. Everyone else who has melee weapons, you have to get into melee into melee range.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So you remove 2 guard from it. I will say that it is out of guard now, and you actually wounded it.
Haha.
Ooh.
What were the numbers that you rolled again?
4, 5, and 6.
You wounded twice.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. It roars out in pain, and you hear that the roar suspiciously sounds like slide.
Of course.
Xavier and Ripley, who's next?
I guess Xavier will go.
Oh. Yeah.
Going to cast the scripture here. Hold on, let me make sure I get this correct. We'll do the blast, which goes at medium range.
Okay.
Okay. And this is going to be 2d6 and the d12.
This is it is a noun blast, in
Yes.
which noun can be any noun related to the god. So what kind of blast do you emit that's related to a fate god?
It's a fated blast. Essentially, like an invisible string, radiates out from his hands. They scatter all over the place, and then one of them finds like a leg or an arm, and then it gets pulled taut. And then he just pulls with his fist and attempts to either send like a shock of energy down the string, or pull the string itself, then try to get it off balance, trying to deal some damage.
Love it. Okay, great. Do it.
Okay.
Roll your wisdom.
Oh no. That's 2 1s and a 3.
Oh no.
Ooh. Okay.
Don't you have an advantage or disadvantage from before when you like
You do,
prophesized?
'cause of the-
right,
right.
prophecy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the prophecy.
I had 2
You
successes.
can add. Yeah, you can add either an advantage or disadvantage to any roll for the rest of the encounter. And I'll say that this is the encounter. You can only add 1 per roll because
Right.
you're level 1 with the Fate God. But you can roll an extra die for this one to at least not make it a critical fail.
Right.
So if
yeah.
you roll a 4, 5, or 6, you're good.
Can I re-roll my d12? Says any.
No. You add either an advantage or a disadvantage.
Oh,
so
gotcha,
you add
gotcha.
a d6.
D6.
Or you can remove a d6 from an opposing enemy's roll.
We'll just add a d6 here.
Okay.
Okay, that's better. That's a 5.
Okay, so you have 1 success.
Correct.
All right, so you remove 1 health from it as your fated blast sort of catches it in the neck, and you pull and you kind of like take a chunk out of it. Dictator, I believe you are left.
Yeah. Xavier, I'm afraid to use my power again. What do you think?
I don't know. As long as we live, that's all
right.
that matters right now. We'll talk about it later.
I reach toward the creature and I say, accept what's happening to you.
Woof.
Oof. That's great. Okay. Roll your roll for your voice.
All right.
Roll for your performance.
That is a 5 and a 4 and a 1 on the D4.
Okay. So you can advance it up to a 3, which is they feel it as intensely as most people will ever feel it. Or you can leave it at a 1, or you can bump it up to a 2 if you wish.
Let's make it a 3.
Okay. I will say that its willpower is 4, so I will let it roll to try and resist.
All right.
The difficulty is 1. With a 6 and a 5, it succeeds.
Okay.
So it is not able to. It does not succumb to your voice, and it resists.
You see that Ripley looks almost glad for that.
Okay. I believe we are back at the top of the starting order. So I will allow anyone to go, since the Fool had kind of made their grand entrance already. But then next will be the dragon.
Wouldn't it be by rules be the Neo?
I think it would.
It would rules be by the Neo, but I'll allow anyone else to go. But if the Neo wishes to go, then they can go.
If no one else has anything I can go with. Oh, sorry, Max.
I mean, I can hit it again, but
I was gonna. It's on the ground, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna leap off the second floor and try to.
Oh god.
Hell yeah! I would like to see Sly do this.
I would also like to see Sly do this.
Yeah. Okay. Sly jumps from the second floor of his penthouse apartment, which is the weirdest place to have a fantasy fight.
Okay. Yeah.
And are there any rules about ranged weapons up close? Are you like not allowed to use them, or
No, nothing like that.
Nothing
You
like
need
that?
to be
Okay,
at
cool.
least within range distance in order to shoot with your range.
so I can point blank shoot?
I'll say yes.
Cool. Sorry. And my second question was earlier. You said something about weaknesses.
Mhm.
Could you just repeat that?
When someone who knows a dragon's weak spot attacks with a weapon that can target that weak spot, those attacks have the double special kills the dragon.
God, I have so many things I could say. It's my ex-wife's weak spot.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sly kind of leaps and jumps, runs off the banister and jumps down onto the ex-wife dragon
Okay.
to attack her
All right.
at point blank range.
Is there a place in particular? Would you like to try and feel around for the weak spot, or?
Is there any kind of roll I can make to try to remember my ex-wife's weak spot?
oh my god.
Or-
Sure. I would say that this is a wisdom check.
That.
So I believe you only have one.
Yep. Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That is a 5, though.
Hey, okay. All right. So, thinking back to your arguments that you would have had with your wife in the days that in the moment in the sort of events, let's say, leading up to your eventual divorce, what were the things that you said or did that made her the most vulnerable?
How forgiving is your audience?
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Terrifying. This is terrifying.
Max, what have you done?
We could put content warnings for just about anything on the episode, so depends.
I
on
mean, I
people
would
what
assume
lots
that
avails.
there would be. But and let me know. I can think of something else. But my first instinct was, what use are you to me?
That's good. It's good, clean emotional damage.
Yeah. Good emotional damage.
I was
yeah,
bracing myself for some heinous shit, dude. This
No,
is
no, no.
fine.
I'm doing my best to avoid real sexist misogyny because ain't nobody want any of that.
Okay. So you notice, you have a recollection of a particularly nasty argument that you had with Kate, and you bust out that line, "What use are you to me?" And this is a thing that you notice that she does every time, but she clutches her chest in offense, in someone else might view it as mock offense. It's oh, why would you do such a thing? But you know it to be genuine, and you can take that as an indication of where her weak spot is.
Well, flying in from above, that's really difficult to get to.
If you wanted to fly above, hook around her neck and make a pot shot at her chest while you're landing.
Oh yeah, okay, great. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
bounce off that. So Sly leaps from the second floor down to her grabs, as he's falling, kind of slings around like a neck spike or like a back spike to the front to just shoot her in the chest midair.
Okay.
It's the coolest action movie you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Depends on how you roll.
Yeah, roll
Right.
for it.
Does that also get my full die or no?
Yes, I would say yes. This also nets you your full die.
Okay, let's get that out of there.
So you have a 2, a 3, and a 4.
Okay, so that's a 5, a 2, and a 2, and still not my full die fluke.
What was your full die, Fluke?
A 5.
Oh my
So I
goodness.
had 2, 3, 4, and I rolled a 5.
and you rolled a 5. Okay.
So it's still a success.
Yeah.
But
okay.
it has 1 defense still.
No,
Oh,
it has
just-
0 defense because
Oh.
Wally took on 2. Xavier took on 2 God Dead.
I thought it had 3 before that, and now it only had 1
Nope.
because of that.
2 defense.
Really? Okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to roll 1 above how much ever defense.
Yeah. That's why I thought this wasn't going to work, but we're good.
No, yeah, we're good. So you managed to shoot it in the chest. It roars out in pain more so than even the eye shot that Cassie had shot at, and you are able to instinctively identify it and communicate if you wish to the others that is its weak spot.
As Sly shoots, he lands and like slides in a superhero pose and looks up and says, "Shoot her in the chest!"
We are all in way better shape for 38 than I thought we would be. All right.
I'm in worse shape than real life. I don't know about you.
I do Pilates.
And that's my
I should have given you an advantage, honestly, because you were able to identify that. But whatever. I'll say on the next one you're able to.
That was also a 2, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay. It's the dragon's turn, and naturally she's gonna go for Sly.
Hell yeah.
Of course.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. No, yeah. Go team.
This is why we got divorced, Kate.
Hey, I'm starting to understand things.
All right. That is 2 successes.
Sorry. Oh no.
How many guard are you at?
I'm at full because the breath attack missed. So
Yes.
I have
Okay. 3, and that's including the Neo's.
Yes.
Okay. So one of them is a 6. One of the successes is a 6. So it has special. Target suffers 1 hit per turn until extinguished. You lose 2 guard, and you are on fire. So you suffer, unless you decide to take an action to extinguish it, you will be taking 1 hit per turn. I will say it's pretty foolish if you don't extinguish yourself.
Is a hit, so a hit is either guard or health if there's 1 left?
Guard first, and then
Guard
it's like
first
guard
and
is like
then-
10
yeah.
HP, so it
Yeah,
gets
yeah,
exhausted
yeah.
first.
Cool. Okay.
Yep.
So I take 1. Great. At the moment.
Yep. 2, because I rolled 2 successes.
I have 1 defense.
Oh, thank you for reminding me.
No one else has been hit yet.
Yeah. All right. Who is next?
I think it was me last time.
Yeah. If no one else has anything, I'm happy to take another pot shot at him.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Cass be like, this feels very personal. And it's just gonna once again aim with the crossbow.
Chest.
Chest. Okay. I, as the Neo, have Neo tech that I don't know that I've like activated. It says there's a AI system and basic ability to access the Fairfield and Invisible Technological Data Network. Capable of talking with you and performing basic tasks relating to your gifts and upgrades. Could I use it to sort of like try and triangulate the shot to like hone in on where I'm supposed to be going?
Interesting. I like that. Yeah. Okay. You kind of like feel around for a button or something, and you realize that it's kind of neuro based. So you kind of you activate your AI system, and what is a voice do you think that is appropriate for this AI system for Cassie?
Yeah. I think it's really appropriate if it's younger Cassie, who in attitude is not too dissimilar from our tiefling rogue from earlier. I think it needs to be a little bit combative with Cassie, with adult Cassie.
All right. So you boot it up, and it says, yeah, what do you want from me?
What? Voice in my head. Not great. Okay. What are you?
I'm your AI, idiot.
Slightly combative.
Rude. Okay, do you do anything?
I can do whatever you input me to do.
Aim at the middle of that dragon?
Yeah, you got it. All right. So I'll say that for the sake of this, you have an advantage. So you add 1d6 to your dice pool.
Sweet. So range weapon is dex. That's 3 for me. I'm gonna add 1 to that. So I'm going 4d4. 1, 3, and 5.
Okay. So 1 success. It takes 1 damage.
Pew.
All right. You see that the AI triangulates. It doesn't give you the entire like trajectory. It says, "Hey, just shoot off of that like one like surface right there. That's nowhere near the dragon." And you're like, "What?" And it's like, "Just trust me." And you shoot it, and it ricochets off several surfaces before pinging into the middle of the dragon's chest.
All right, computer enhance worked.
Who's up?
Yeah. Who's next?
I can go. Yeah, I'll smack a Rooney, hopefully with another ranged attack from the hammer. We'll see.
Yeah.
It's a 5, 3, and 5, so that's 2 successes.
2 successes. All right. Yeah. Describe how your ranged attack works with this hammer.
So I'm a little bit torn. I think either it's like a Zelda sword beam where you like swing it and the arc of the attack like shoots off. It's either that or it's like Jace's hammer cannon in Arcane, and I can't decide which one is cooler. But I think, especially because I don't currently have my Joy Knight ability, I think it makes more sense if this is like a sword beam thing rather than a weird property of the hammer itself. So I just like hit it on the ground, and the arc shoots out and like smacks it in the chest.
Okay. Yeah. You smack her in the chest. You gut her low. You see that she's kind of bloodied at this point, which is typical D&D speak for you've got her lower than half.
Nice.
Who's next? I believe it's either Xavier or Ripley.
Yeah, I think.
All right. I'll give the voice another try.
All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
Same thing.
I reach out and I call out, "Submit."
Whoa.
All right.
That's a weird thing to say to my ex-wife.
That's your ex-wife?
What?
So this is alimony.
Ooh, okay. That is 1 5, and 1 is the D4. So I did worse this time.
Okay. You can still add. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. This is me like also playing the system for the first time.
Yeah, no worries.
There's an attack option, right?
Yes.
Make them feel so hard it hurts. They take 1 disadvantage per intensity on attacks and are killed or incapacitated if intensity exceeds willpower.
Okay.
So I wasn't even paying attention to that. So if this succeeds, so I assume that you boost that up to a 2 intensity?
Yes.
Okay. I will still roll the whiz roll with a difficulty of 1.
Mm-hmm.
If it fails, then it will take 1 disadvantage per, or take 2 disadvantage per intensity on attacks.
Wow.
All right.
That is a 3 and a 4 with a difficulty of 1. That does fail. Okay,
Hey.
so.
Yeah, fuck her up. Sorry.
You're making me
that's
feel
very
much worse
Really
about this.
contentious divorce.
Guys, I don't know. I feel like Sly's got this one. Do you want to just like leave and like head back to town, see if the bar is opened again?
I, Max, am so conflicted about this.
So they take 1 disadvantage per intensity on attacks, which is 2 disadvantage. Unless it has some sort of advantage, I believe it's just going to be completely incapacitated because it only has 2. And are killed or incapacitated if intensity exceeds willpower. Sure, willpower. Yep. Yeah. But I will say for now, because you guys, like Xavier still has a chance to attack Sly is still on fire. I will say that it will respond to your action, but it will respond to your command by curling up immediately over the hoard of gold that it has. All right, Xavier, you are left.
Can I go put out the fire on Sly?
Sure, you can do that.
Yeah,
That'll be your action.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I imagine.
Okay. Yeah.
Dragon won't be too much of an issue now. I just use my action to walk up to Sly and be like, I don't know how you became this person, but this is not how I remember you. And I'll put out the fire.
Emotional damage.
Okay. We're back up to the top of the round order. Mechanically, it would be the Neo that goes, but if Sly, you want to go first,
Yeah.
I'll allow you to.
Take it.
I don't say this very often, Xavier, but thanks. And then he shoots the dragon.
Okay.
Still looking at Xavier as he shoots.
Is this a genuine moment of sincerity?
I think about as genuine as he can be.
Okay.
Like, which
I'll
is
say
not
that's-
very.
All right. I mean, sure, but it's kind of the maximum that Sly's spectrum is allowed to go. We're maxing out. We're bottoming out on Sly's spectrum of generosity. So I will say that's not foolish.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see what I can do here.
Damn, you're being mechanically penalized.
Oh, yeah.
For, like, having
Okay.
feelings.
That's a 6. So I get to explode this. Didn't help. It's one success.
Oh, but you didn't. All right, that's fine. That's whatever.
I didn't roll my full die.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I had originally rolled a 6 and a 3, and then my bonus from the special was a 2.
But the special is if your dice pool includes the full d6.
No, it just says special, roll another d6 and add it to the present dice pool.
In any dice
wait,
pool which includes the full d6, you gain
Fuck,
special.
never mind. Okay, doesn't matter. It makes it the same. So
Right. Yeah. Okay.
just a 6.
Just a 6. So you hit it for one more time. Do you say anything particularly wounding to it as well?
Is it the end, or is it?
No. You have like 3 more hits left after the one that you gave.
Spoilers. Looking away from Xavier, he looks at the dragon and goes, "This will be mine."
Okay. All right. Yeah. The dragon. Yeah, with 2 decks. Actually, it does have 6 strength. It's been using its flame breath this whole time. But it does have a 6 strength, which means it can swipe at people still. I'll say that it swipes at Sly with 6 strength, -2 due to the voice. So 4d6 it rolls at. That was a 2, a 2, a 3, and a 6. So 1 success. It's not the flaming breath attack, so you are not set on fire, but it still hits you for 1, Sly.
My 1 defense
Okay.
saves me again.
Who's next?
If
I think it's Cassie's turn, by the way.
yeah.
We've been doing it.
Yeah. Sly, if I knew you needed this kind of a divorce lawyer, you should have given me a call. I think she's just gonna try and take another shot at the weak point. So Cass is kind of like straddling the edge of the apartment location, just sort of like ducking under a kitchen table, and then will like pop out and take a shot, and then like barrel roll over to a couch. Be like, all right, same deal. So she's just sort of dodging and weaving, and I'm gonna take another shot. And if I could convince, hey, voice of God, voice in my head, if you could do that Amy thing again, that'd be really great.
I'm not a god, and you're what are you talking about? But it still maps out the trajectory for you.
Sweet. Do I get the extra die again, or is that just?
Yes, you do.
Oh, amazing. All right, let's roll these 4. 44. 1, 3, 4, and 6.
Okay, 2 successes. Yeah, you hit it once more. It doesn't, you can see at this point, it doesn't actually like roar out in pain. If anything, it's more like a whimper. And it begins to kind of coil itself more tightly around the hoard of gold that it's sitting upon. One more hit should do it.
I'll be honest, this is making me sad enough that I don't think I want to hit it again.
If you guys want to just spend your action doing nothing, you can do that.
I might do that.
Okay.
I'll put my hammer down and just kind of watch.
Sly, how does this end?
With me winning.
Has it ever ended?
There's a lot of hesitation when you ask that.
Oh.
Not yet.
You have a sense, Sly, that the closest thing you can find to an ending will come if you kill this dragon.
I envision that this is kind of Sly has, from a from kind of like a mental standpoint, has transitioned into kind of like the need for a dragon's horde of his own, and so like this would start his dragon's horde.
Yeah.
This will end it. Or at least will start the end.
Is everyone else letting Sly take the final blow?
Don't think I'm about to protect the fire-breathing dragon,
Yeah,
but
I think
I
that.
will be judging him.
I think I'm leaving it for him.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all for you, Sly.
I will say off the record, if someone wants to physically try and stop me, I'm up for it. In this moment.
Xavier is going to interpose himself
Woo.
between Sly and the dragon.
Get out of my way.
No.
What has she ever done for you?
Nothing. She doesn't have to do anything for me. Just like you didn't have to do anything for me back in high school. We did all the schemes you came up with were fun because we did them together. Not because, yes, we won most of them. You know, you gave me my head start into politics, but it was never about the winning. It was always about trying to get the win.
What are you talking about? It's always about winning. The moment you start letting yourself lose and let people bring you down, there's no coming back from that.
So you've been winning this whole time? This is what winning looks like?
What are you gonna do? Kill the dragon, steal the horde, stay here with all the gold?
Sly answers, I'm sorry, I couldn't tell. I don't know your voices well enough, and I didn't have the thing pulled up. Who asked me the question of before Wally?
This is what winning looks like? That's me.
Yeah, great. Okay, so I will answer both of those questions, but to Annie, Sly says yes, but does not mean it.
Oof.
To himself.
Right.
but externally he knows he can make himself believe anything he says. I'm sorry, I forgot. I also want to respond to what Xavier said, but I forgot exactly what it was.
Xavier said, what do? You're gonna kill the dragon, take all the gold, and stay here?
Maybe. Maybe we bring it back.
To
Ever heard
what?
the phrase, you can't take it with you? I feel like it might be applicable here.
Also, they don't take gold in the real world, dude.
Maybe at the local supermarket. Where do you shop?
What? Nowhere takes gold. Only those, like, really sketchy places on the wrong side of the tracks take gold, man.
Sly, whatever choice gets made, whether we're staying or going, we all have to do it together or it doesn't work. You're gonna force everybody to go along with whatever you want? Is that how you win? I just forced a bunch of people.
Judging by the divorce. Sorry, go ahead.
I just forced a bunch of people to change their lives. They're not doing it because they chose to do it. They're doing it because I told them to. Sure, they might start to get better, but was it worth it?
What do you know about winning? What do any of you know about winning? You're stuck in this little town doing absolutely nothing. I am out there making a name for myself, making sure that everything I want comes true.
So you're happy?
He's not.
Sly doesn't answer that question.
He's not
That's
happy.
good.
Money doesn't make you happy. I should know. I have money, and I'm miserable. And you,
Same.
Sly, are miserable. You think killing this dragon wife is gonna make you happy? It's not.
There was probably a day when you thought having the wife in the first place would make you happy.
You've got to lose, Sly. That's, I think, the only thing that might work out for you.
I don't know how this is gonna work.
Oh boy.
I want to use my if all else fails ability,
Okay.
which is it
Let me
reads
read. Yeah, you please read it out.
if you're in a dire situation, which I think 4-on-1 is, kind of 5-on-1 is,
It's dragon.
with
Dragon,
the dragon.
still present.
Yeah, hand the GM your d6, so my fool die.
Uh-huh.
The GM will describe the unfeasibly good luck that rescues you, and possibly your friends, but I don't think my friends in this instance, from danger. While the GM has my d6, they can describe an entirely unfair event or similar or lower scale of awfulness and then give me back my fool die. Or
Yeah.
if I deliberately cause a spectacular or amusing disaster, I can take it back.
Okay.
Wow.
So you're giving me your d6 symbolically
Giving
because
you-
we're online.
Yes, I've taken it. I've put it somewhere else.
Yep. Okay. The argument is about whether or not to kill the dragon. That's ultimately what this argument is about. All of this extraneous stuff about whether it makes you happy, whether this will give you happiness, is, as I said, extraneous. And really what you need is, and what you've been looking for, is a pretty resolute ending. The unfeasibly good luck that happens is that at that moment the dragon keels over and dies.
Man.
Rip.
I don't know how to respond to that.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Good. This is ours now.
Damn. If this is what you call winning, no wonder you think you've won at life.
I know I've won.
That's sadder. I'm gonna walk out of the cave.
I'll follow.
Who else follows? Okay.
Xavier's gonna sort of give the pat, the dragon a silent pat. 'Cause, I hope he was kinder to you in the real world. And Xavier's also gonna leave.
Cassie will stay, arms crossed, staring at Sly. We can't leave without you. We all have to do this.
I've made my bed by saying it's my dragon horse. So. But it's also 11:15.
Sunk cost the character.
No.
No.
This is mine. And I'll stay here. You can stay here too.
No.
We can all stay here.
No. We can't stay here. Doesn't matter if this is a dream or actually real or someone's hallucination or whatever it is. We all have responsibilities and lives and things to get back to. This, the sort of gesture to the horde and everything around them, none of it's real. You are sitting on a hoard of glass and calling it diamonds, okay? You have nothing here. Anything you could have exists out in the real world. So you want to stay here? Fine, we can fight about it, and I guess this will be the tragic end of an old friend. Or you can wisen up, turn your butt around, follow the rest of the crew out, and we can all leave. And if you want to go your separate ways after that, fine. Go find your real horde. But it's certainly not that pile of junk.
Max, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
How many kids does Sly have?
I've been thinking like 2.
I'll say that you have the way that you guys are positioned right now is that Cassie has her back to the horde and the dead dragon, and you have been looking at it this whole time. You know that the dragon is dead, but you notice some movement underneath its belly.
Oh, here we go.
Pacific Rim. It's pregnant?
As you go to approach your horde, the horde that you so rightfully claim, you, with a great effort, move over the dragon, and you finally see the thing that she was clutched so tightly around. The thing that she was protecting. 2 small eggs that begin to crack, crack, crack. Out pops a little wormling. The next dragon egg. Crack, 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 crack. Out pops another one. They don't look like them physically, but you know that these are your kids. And they're yours now.
Oh, babysitting the horde just got a little more literal, huh?
How does Sly feel about this?
Sly, I don't think, wants kids. Sly never wanted kids to actually be a parent. Sly had them because that's what you did. That's what you were supposed to do. That was the public image. He didn't have political aspirations, but every president has had every president has been married with kids in recent memory. It's how you continue your legacy. But not that he didn't like his kids, but they were just people. God, he's a sociopath. As I'm saying these words out loud. Christ.
I will say, I think Sly is coming into the realization that those societal norms, that feeling of having to adhere to societal norms that you were feeling as you were coming towards the cave, disappeared once the dragon died. And you realize that in its absence, you realize that you haven't felt that pressure ever since entering this world. Do you begin to feel them again as you see these two little wormlings in front of you?
Yeah, I think that seeing these wormlings kind of snaps him out of it, because he knows that staying means he would have to care about someone else.
Well, there is an alternative, but it's nice that Sly didn't think of it.
I refuse as Max to
Yeah.
Respectable.
I, Max, have lines.
Yeah. We were all worried, but it's nice that there is a line.
And I think that that's what snaps him out of this. And looks from the dragons to Cassie and says, "Let's go."
Cassie will drop the force field from in front of her, and just like a shimmer, like, oh, thank God. Come on, move it. I'll take up the rear. Gotta make sure everyone actually makes this trek. I am not walking all over this region again to find the next person who goes missing once we find Allie.
Yeah.
I'll say that that's an entirely unfair event, enough to give you back your D6.
Sure.
Yeah.
Judicious.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
Voice of God.
All right. And you continue on your journey. Finally, you come across... You finally find that... What was it? Red, can you repeat what you were saying?
Big evil spiky castle, a big, scary cliff on the other side of like a big wasteland, etc.
It's like...
You finally come to the edge of that big wasteland. On the other side is which the castle. And you begin to make your way towards... I'll ask again how everyone is feeling. Let's start with Xavier.
He's disappointed in a sense. He's held a lot of positive memories from playing in this world with these people to a very high regard, almost romanticized them, and seeing everyone again after all these years, he's kind of taking those glasses off, right? He's like, okay, they're just regular people that normally he would have treated as his constituents, and done the math and tried to come up with some sort of policy to help them out. But here in this world, he realizes, despite the powers, given to him by the fated god, he doesn't know how or if he can actually help here.
Ripley?
Ripley has spent their whole life struggling to be accepted by the people around them and dealing with their own failure over and over again, and watching Sly go through what he just went through. For the first time, Ripley feels glad to be where they are. Because even through everything they've been through, they have this level of self-respect that they didn't realize they had. And they are very, very ready to go home.
Annie.
Weirdly, Annie's in almost exactly the same place as Ripley. I think, like, because the thing is, like, Annie's whole thing has been, like, she has never quite been able to measure up to some social standard of, like, here's how much attention you should be able to pay in class, here's how well you should be able to stick with something, you know, all these things that she's never really been able to do. And, you know, post big crash out and dropping out, she sort of, once she got out of that hole, she felt kind of lighter in a weird way. Like, she was directionless, but it was because nobody was pushing her into anything. And then seeing, like, the bad ending of what it looks like when somebody lets all these invisible expectations completely dictate the course of their life, and how much it can just tangle him up inside. I think she's like, damn, you know, like, I might not quite know my path to happiness, but at least I didn't think it was that. So she's actually kind of feeling better, and is sort of treating this journey as, like, just another weird thing that's happening in her life, a thing that she'll get through and then move on to something else. And so she's sort of able to enjoy the journey rather than stewing in it the way she was before.
Maybe not, like, joyful. Joyful
well, I mean, if I had to rank it on an imaginary scale from 1 to 8, I'd say maybe she's creeping back up to a 1, but, like, I'm not going to demand mechanical, you know, benefits from that. I just think that genuinely seeing Sly, like, start to, like, have a breakdown makes her be like, damn, I've actually kind of got my shit together. Yeah. And,
Cassie.
I think she's having a little less fun now than earlier in the adventure. I think what's happening for Cassie is not too dissimilar from kind of the arc of her real life, where it was really fun to be young and kind of just go along with the story and the adventure of it all, and then real world responsibilities kind of creep in, and as everyone is encountering, you know, whatever their crisis is, whether it's dragon wife or you know, a moral crisis or anything, she's just trying to be responsible and, like, grow up, and it's just exhausting. I think Cassie is so tired. But she's trying not to think about any of that because all of her attention is currently on Sly and making sure that the group stays together so they can get out of here, because she's very aware of the legalese of this situation. All of her lawyer instincts are kicking in, and she's like, you know what? We gotta make sure we do this by the letter of the law, because if we do not, we are not getting out of here, and I do not want to be in here anymore. So we gotta get all of us to Allie and be unanimous, and that's how we escape. So that's what we're gonna do. That's the goal. That's the focus.
And Sly.
Yeah. Sly started this adventure by not speaking a whole lot and taking in this world, trying to figure out how he could profit from this situation. Now, when you look at him, every piece of vibrato?
Bravado.
Such a singer. Every piece of bravado has left his body and is still looking around, but not with the intention of profit, but with kind of the question of, what do I do?
Damn.
That moment kind of shattered him, and is with y'all, but may not be with y'all, you know?
And
He's on a 2 on the joy scale.
okay, good to know.
I have to
actually
be at a
surprisingly
0
high.
and he can be at a 2.
No. Okay. You guys begin to make your way to across the wasteland, and the castle grows ever taller in the distance. And you seem to make your way right to its door when Wally, Xavier, you find yourself being pulled back into the recesses of your mind, and you find yourself back into that iridescent expanse in front of the court of the Moirai. It's time to make good on your debt, dear. It's a simple one. I just need you to deliver a message. Can you do that?
What's the message? Oh God.
Is something getting surreptitiously typed?
No, just DM'd me.
Ooh, secret secrets.
Oh no.
Do you get to reveal your crush, and is it unfortunately Sly?
Oh, that would be devastating.
Oh man.
And you find yourself shunted back into reality. Well, reality, quotation marks.
Right. Oh God. Okay. I don't do I they didn't tell me the time frame, right?
I can just wait out this one shot and be fine.
You had the sense that it was immediately. And given the nature of the message, it seems rather urgent.
Okay.
That's really funny.
Annie, we gotta talk.
What?
We gotta talk.
Okay. Like now?
Yeah.
Like in front of everybody, or like douche?
Not really. I guess this is kind of private. I don't know how to say this, but
Okay.
so you're I'm sorry, I'm really bad at this.
You're stressing me out, man.
Sorry, I don't mean to stress you out. It's just that normally these kinds of situations call for a person with a little more tact than I have. I'm more of, write it down, pass it on to a secretary, and hopefully everything gets worked out kind of deal. But your mother is dying.
Ah.
And her last request is that you come back.
And we're talking about my real mom? Outside?
You actually know it to be the Baron, Flora.
Ah. Hell. Oh, I can't say no, I never could. Okay. Damn. But if I leave, everyone's stuck. Ugh. I can't believe she did this to me twice. Okay. Cool. Great. Sly, I don't know why you ever thought you could sell tickets to this place. Okay, well, all I can do is walk back. And I don't think we have any way to get there fast, and...
Annie, I don't think you should go.
I mean, I don't think I should go either. It's just, It's just... It's just they never wanted me home anyway. And the one time she asks, I can't do it because we have to, what, save the fucking world? I can't make them happy any world I'm in. Damn, okay. Okay.
Is there anything we can do?
Oh, I don't know the rules of this place. I don't think there's anything I can do.
I can always continue to pull some strings here. I can ask for a quicker way back.
Who are you pulling
if
strings
you'd like.
with?
Okay. Or we just go in there and we get Allie and we drag them back with us,
Yeah.
right? We just need all of us in one place?
That's
Yep.
what it sounds like.
Okay. Well, I don't want us to stay here any longer than we have to, okay?
All right.
Are you sure?
No. I've never been sure of anything. Every decision I make goes like this, but hell. It's not like I can disappoint her more, right? So let's go.
I grab her hand.
All right, you guys are proceeding,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Ripley grabs her hand.
You get a squeeze.
Okay. You go inside, and betraying any indication of architectural structure on the outside, kind of like a TARDIS experience. You open the door, and it's just a single room. And inside is your classroom. Desks all pushed together to create a larger table, and still dressed in their robes that they had adorned themselves in when the last time you saw them, taking notes, writing stuff down, is Allie.
Allie.
They look up, and you can't see their eyes because they're covered in ribbon.
Mm-hmm.
But you do know that they are streaked with tears. Anna, your mother.
You're not even having a good time? What was the fucking point?
Let's go.
Let's
Come on.
go? Let's go? Now?
Let's go now.
Great.
Go where?
Let's go now. Why not?
And you see that Allie, with a wave of their hand, whisks you all back to the Baron's house in the starting village.
Okay. Wait. Okay.
So why are we here?
You all find
not
yourselves
at home.
You all find yourselves back in the same room, that grand bedroom. You see Baron Flora, looking a little worse for wear than when you had left her. But you see her eyes brighten up when she sees you all appear, and especially Annie. She holds a hand out.
I take it.
You don't have to say anything.
Story of our lives.
You could never disappoint me.
Well, I gave it an old college try, didn't I?
It's the burden of a mother.
I should have come home sooner. I was so sure I'd only make things worse.
You never could.
Mm.
I love you. You light up my life.
I love you too. I wish I'd been better at it.
You look into her eyes, Annie.
Yep.
There is no sign of there having been a strife-filled life. She's never experienced you in the way that you sort of perceive the past to have been.
And I'm getting the feeling that this is, on some level, really my mom.
It's as real as your mom has been before.
Woof. And I really wish I'd come home sooner.
My final gift to you, my Anastasia. I let you go.
Oh, hell, Mom.
Live your life. Do so with my blessing, as it has always been. And she breathes her last.
Woof. Yeah, Annie just full on cries.
Mm-hmm.
Go put a hand on Annie's shoulder. Sort of pat pat.
The caretaker says, without the Baron, well, let's just say, we need someone to lead this town. She looks expectantly at Xavier. I understand that you have experience, and the Lady Annie is, well, at the behest of her mother, free to do as she wishes.
Oh, no. I'm no leader. I can't solve problems. I've tried. You know, I can't do it by myself. I thought Sly would be the person to teach me how to win, but turns out he's just kind of a monster. And I failed to see that despite how silly and annoying Anastasia could be, I couldn't see that she was suffering inside, and Cassandra, I just wanted to fill out the table. And she was a writer, and she helped create this amazing world, and I didn't really see them as a person, and I've just been a coward. I couldn't even tell Ripley that I thought they were the coolest person ever in the world, and I wanted to become a politician to help people through their problems, and I still couldn't do that.
But you know now, and you said that you can't do it alone. But you don't have to be alone. And you all realize that that last line, "you don't have to be alone," was said in tandem by both the caretaker and Allie.
Yeah.
You want us all to stay.
It's like our lives weren't any better out there. We have the chance to be heroes in here. We can fell our demons. We can right wrongs. We can resolve traumas.
We can be tormented by the sins of our past forever in weird psychological
and emerge
torment.
victorious in spite of them.
I don't know. I'm looking around at a group of miserable faces and thinking none of them look particularly victorious right now.
As if you were victorious before.
Allie, there's no success for me if it means forcing my will on everybody else. This doesn't feel good.
The voice is a weapon. And you misfired.
Who said I wanted a weapon?
You wanted to be more. You wanted to have your voice heard. I gave that to you. You wanted, Allie looks to Xavier. You wanted to lead and have people be led by you. I'm giving you that. Looks to Annie. I'm letting you be free. This place can let you be free. And looks to Sly. You can conquer all the dragons you want. You can have all the gold you want. It's real in here. And looks to Cassandra. Endless creativity. Endless imagination. Who can deny that?
You're not giving us anything. You're using us to give yourself a party? A population for this world? That's not benevolent. You're using every single one of us. And for what, Allie? What do you get out of this?
A better life than what was out there. I'm giving you guys the chance for a better life than what's out there.
What's out there is hard. It's hard. Every single one of us knows that. I mean, just...
It's hard in here too. Lord knows it's hard in here too, but I know that in here you guys can conquer anything. Do you know that? Out there? I'm not asking that things be a wonderland in here. Of course it's not going to be a wonderland anywhere, but here we can fight our demons and win. Here we can face any challenges that are set before us and win.
Since we've gotten
my dad's
here,
out there. I can't just leave him alone after this.
Your dad's in here too? You want a dad? And Allie
don't.
flicks their hand, and out from a closet, out pops an exact copy of your dad.
Allie, no.
But I hate to tell you this, you're kind of just proving my point.
Allie, no. This is not. It's not just something you can control. You can't just give Ripley that power to control, to use their voice, and then for you to...
I gave them that voice because I know that they're the ones responsible enough to use it.
But you're the one creating those opportunities. You're still controlling, more or less, what happens in here. Out there, there's no control. If you're going to tackle the things we can and can't see, we have to let go of a little bit of control and accept that we have each other, at least.
Allie, I really do appreciate what you tried to do here. Okay? I want to be clear with that. And I know I'm not always the most sincere, but I really want you to know I do want to be free. But I am, out there I'm free. Here, I walk down the street. Everyone looks at me like I'm the most important person in the world. That's not freedom. Everyone looks at me and thinks they know what I'm supposed to be. Even you. You look at me and you think you have an idea of what I'm supposed to be. And you give it to me and you put this weapon in my hands and you turn me loose on the world that thinks I'm the most important thing in it. And it feels heavy, man. It's the heaviest thing anyone's ever done to me. And out there I'm light. And that's what I miss. And you can't give that to me here. I'm sorry. I never wanted to be this important.
I gave you the attention you deserve.
Attention. I can get attention anytime I want. I can just be loud. It was you guys, man. It was my friends. It was people who cared about me, even if I wasn't being loud. And that's been hard for me to find.
You don't have to be loud here. You can whisper, and you'll get the attention you deserve.
We exist loud here. We're real in a way this place isn't built to support. It bends around us, puts all our neuroses on display, pulls people out of our heads and puts them in front of us, and says, hey, have fun swinging a big hammer at this thing. Make that feel better.
Sly, come on. Endless gold.
Sly hasn't said anything since we left the dragon's lair. And as you probably all turn to look at him when Allie addresses him, he's holding his gun up at Allie.
Ooh.
Jesus.
We're leaving. You can come with us or you won't. That's your decision to make.
Allie, I'm sorry that things out there felt so bad that you thought this was the only way to get us back in your life. I really am. And if I'd been a little less lackadaisical or a little less afraid that if I reached out I get slapped away, maybe I could have helped. But
you don't understand. You don't understand. And you see that tears are streaming down their face. You think you're gonna let me go now? You think we can leave and everything will be back to normal? No. It's either I convince you or I lose you, and if I can't convince you, then I've lost you.
You really
Ellie,
think
you-
after
No, you
we
haven't.
leave here, everything would go back to normal? You don't think everyone in here has been dramatically changed by the events?
Well, that is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I am saying that things won't go back to normal.
Yeah.
We can't just resume our lives as normal. You can't just be my friend again. This was a last-ditch effort.
Allie, this isn't a last-ditch effort. This is a cry for freaking help. Okay, look.
Message received. Loud and clear.
Every single one of us clearly got something out of this experience, and you needed to reconnect to us. Message received. Ripley nailed
here.
it. We're here. And I don't know. I'm not a perfect person. Certainly, I have been more observed with being busy than anything else, but I'm not just going to start ignoring you after this. What, you think we're all just going to be like, well, hey, we got out of the magical fantasy world, let's go our separate ways and never talk to each other again? That's bullshit for
Never talk
movies.
to Allie again, at least.
Only if you force us to stay here. Only if you are forcing us against all of our will into your fantasy. Leave with us. Let's work on this for real. Let's make something real, not a illusion, not a fantasy world. You can take that choice. Hey, heroic journeys always end with a big choice, right? There's a big climactic darkest hour. You and I, we know storytelling.
I don't have anything out there. I flunked my degree. I'm not getting my PhD. I failed. There's nothing out there for me.
And I'm a recovering drug addict. We'll get jackets.
I flunked out of college first quarter, dude. We didn't even know what ADHD was. You think I stood a chance?
I didn't become a writer. I'm a lawyer. It's a good job, but it's not anything that brings me happiness.
None of us are who we thought we were going to be when we were 16, and I'd be way more worried about us if we were. And I look at Sly for a minute.
Hey,
The world got bigger when we grew up. We aged, we learned things, we found new things to dream. We tried things that didn't work. You know what I call that? I don't call that failing, I call that being alive. There's no happily ever after because it doesn't end. What does winning look like when you have to keep being alive every day? What would it look like here? More dragons every week? Something
It
new
could
to
be.
slay?
It could be.
I don't know,
Or
the last dragon was pretty depressing.
winning could be we go out every week and we go have a group brunch. You know, we pick a Friday night. Maybe we go back to Annie's house and we play another game. Or maybe
My house is pretty depressing right now.
Sly,
But...
if you're really bored over there in New York, we can just throw a party, you know, at one of your lavish places, you know? And Cassie, who says you failed as a writer? You know, just we can keep coming up with more stories. Maybe you can take the driver's seat at one of the games that we play. You know, and for me, I don't really plan on running for office, but that doesn't mean I get to stop helping people. You know, you all have a whole bunch of things that you're going to need help with. And Ripley, if you need the money, I know plenty of charities that can help you and get back on your feet, help tons of people. I have made friends due to everything Sly has taught me when it comes to, you know, putting a campaign together, something that works, something that wins. We can all continue to win and play together in our own tiny little stories outside of here.
Allie, I'm really sorry about what happened with your PhD. I want to tell you, when everything fell apart, there was a week there where I just didn't leave my dorm. I was just on the floor, sinking in the certainty that there wasn't a single person in the world that cared what happened to me. And what happened is my roommate dragged me out of there, got food in me, helped me sort out an apartment, and made me see past the end of the worst day of my life. And I don't know if I would have been the same person without her help, but I know that I would have continued. I would have kept going. That was a failure. That was crushing. That was everything I thought I was going to be gone out from under me because I wasn't good enough for it. But I kept going because I believed that failing wasn't the end of the story, because we're not stories. It doesn't end just because we have a really bad day. And if we stay here, we are stories. We might be a good story. We might be a fun one with a cool fight scene in it. But I want to be alive. And I hope you do too. Do you want to try being alive together?
You see that Allie begins to remove their hood and remove the ribbons that are covering their eyes. And when the last ribbon falls from their face, they look at you tear-streaked eyes and just nods.
I'm gonna reach out my hand.
Allie takes it. Allie reaches out their hand.
We're gonna form a big hand-holding circle, everybody.
I'll get in there.
Yeah, get in there.
I hold out a hand for Xavier.
I'll grab it. I'll reach out my other hand towards Sly, asking him to put the gun down.
Is it still up?
It's been up this whole time.
Oh, buddy.
Sly grabs Xavier's hand and holds out a hand to Cassie.
I'll close the circle.
Who wants to start?
All right, let's do
Either
this.
the game is over or the game continues.
This game is over. And
This
Cassie
game is
will
over
look
big time.
very resolutely at every single person in the circle. This game's over? This
Oh,
game's
I
over?
thought
This game's over?
I was under the impression that we were going to continue.
It really felt like it could go either way, you know, thematically
Yikes.
speaking.
Sly, were you paying attention to this whole conversation?
Sly's just
No,
had the,
sorry, I've been in my own world.
I just had a gun up this whole time.
the me channel music going in his head.
Game over,
Actually,
game over, game
I'll
over.
go and I'll go and I'll ask everyone in turn. So Cassie,
This game is over.
Annie,
This game is over.
Xavier.
Yeah. This is over.
Ripley.
This game is over.
Sly.
Let's go home.
Aw.
This game is over. And with a loud flash, a blinding flash, you find yourselves sitting back around the table, exactly where you started. You look at the clock, no time has passed. You notice that any injuries that you may have sustained, any potential burn marks, in Sly's instance, have been healed.
Forgot about that.
You've been still on fire this whole time, actually.
No, I put him out.
I know, but it's funnier this way.
Everyone is still holding hands.
Aww.
I'll cut to black, and then we move into an epilogue. I will ask each person in turn, starting with Xavier.
Oh, can I go last?
Sure. How has this experience changed you?
For the first time in a very long time, Xavier feels like they have friends again. Their actions aren't motivated by deadlines, fundraisers, or some sort of larger calling or event. He's been able to sort of focus more on his smaller interpersonal relationships.
Do you still devote time to setting up fundraisers for towards your animal shelter?
I imagine yes, but he treats it more like just a job now. It's not his entirety of his day. He clocks in, does the paperwork he needs to do. The second, it hits 4 o'clock, he's like, I'm done for the day. Any and everybody else can handle everything else. And then he goes and he grabs lunch with his friends, and does whatever else.
You receive donations, not enough to drastically change the trajectory of your animal shelter, but enough to keep it afloat comfortably. You receive one donation that strikes you as odd, however. The donation is $333.33. The memo line reads, "To what lies ahead," and it's addressed from a drawing of an eye.
Huh.
God, even
Illuminati.
somehow faded gods still find it. Okay.
You brought
Ripley.
your gods back with you, bro.
How has this experience changed you?
Ripley got real confirmation that there are people that have been there for them this whole time, and that they don't have to create their own support system and all this scaffolding to hold themselves up. So they reach out. They use these friendships forged to help them get through the next phase. They take up Xavier's offer for money to buy the little queer coffee and bookshop in town, and it might be a bit of a convenient excuse to spend a little more time with Xavier. And as they work on getting the place ready to go, they offer it up to serve as a place for everybody to get together for game nights.
Yes.
Nice. Do you still talk to Haley at all?
Yes. They help Haley to find a facility to help them get better, rather than trying to take on the burden of helping them recover, helping her recover all by themselves, but still actively checks in and makes it clear that the friendship is still there.
As time passes, Haley does get better. And you now know definitively what it's like. You now know what it looks like when someone does something just because you tell them to, not because they truly want it. And so you are filled with the utmost confidence that Haley's road to recovery is something that she truly wants. Annie, how has this experience changed you?
I think first things first that night, absolutely goes back to her house, checks to make sure her mom is not actually dead.
She is not.
Right. And I think, things with her parents have been a little bit frosty. Like, not because her parents, or her father, who's the one lucid person of her parents right now, hasn't been, trying to reach out, but I think she's kind of like, oh, now you want me around. And I think that's gone right now. There's this feeling of well, if I was holding on to this much resentment, and this much frustration, and if I was letting things define them, why would I stop them from trying to be better, just so I could be haha, see, I knew you'd regret some of the ways you acted. So all that's off the table, at least for that first night afterwards. Just checking in, sitting her mom's bedside, seeing, whether or not she's quite lucid on what's going on, just being there with her. Probably has the first real conversation she's had with her dad in years, and just talking about stuff. Probably actually sleeps the night over, because she has a hotel room. All her stuff is probably in it. It's just right now that doesn't matter. And I think the thing she becomes aware of is that there was this thing that was terrifying her, which was the possibility that she would reach out and be rejected. And so she was sort of keeping everyone at arm's length, even these people who were at one point the most important people in her lives. And I think, aware now that that was what was keeping her sort of untethered, she's just a lot more... I think she's still goofy, but there's a sincerity that comes through in that she is goofy in a nice way, rather than just being goofy in a mean way. Towards all these people who she cares about. And she will just I think that the third thing she does when she's going to bed that night and processing everything is she just makes a group chat with everybody in it and just immediately starts spamming memes. Just let's shatter this ice. I don't want anyone feeling weird about this shit. Let's just do the scariest thing in the world to me and start there. I think initially it's a little bit of fake it till you make it, in the same way that she approached confidence back in high school. It's if I just pretend I'm comfortable, eventually I will stop being scared. And I think the fact that she's now doing this with people who she genuinely trusts quite a lot, and cares about, and is willing to be open about that, I think she starts feeling this the profound joy that she was hoping she'd find in this fantasy world, absolutely did not find, is starting to creep into the corners of her life just because of the people who she's filling it with. And everything starts feeling more meaningful for her in a way that it hasn't in a while.
That's beautiful.
Aw.
Cassie, how has this experience changed you?
I think Cassie, prior to this adventure, could have been accused of being responsible to a fault, which is very different from the delinquent that she was in high school. But, she really grew into a sense of responsibility that was maybe overwhelming any real sense of personality or joy. And I think she doesn't lose the unending drive to be no, I have to look out for my family, my little sister, my loved ones. But I think she lets a little bit of her younger self in. She may not have the AI in her mind anymore, but she kind of embraces the voice of inner young Cassie. I think most immediately she stays better in contact with her friends, especially reaching out to Allie and offering to try and help fund any projects that they might want to take on. Maybe they want to create a book about the adventures that they've done, a TTRPG book or something along those lines. She tries and restarts the bad movie nights that she and Ripley would do in high school, maybe doing some screenings at the cafe. And I think she makes it a special point to try and reach out to Sly and impress upon him, you know, you can always come back. You know, if this vision of your life does not make you happy, we'll all still be here, and we'll still take you in. You can always come home. And I think putting all these pieces together, maybe putting one of her old piercings back in, or going and dyeing her hair. It's still a sensible color, but maybe it's a shade redder or something. She will reach under her desk and like pull out this really dusty journal that's got like the shitty stickers that only a high schooler can really acquire, pasted all over the front, like peeling and yellowed. And she'll flip through pages and pages and pages of the one bit of fun that she let herself have as an adult. Written fiction of all of the adventures that we had when we were in high school playing, you know, our TTRPGs.
Primbus the Gnome.
Right here.
Primbus and Tempest and the whole crew, all of their adventures fictionalized. And I think she'll start writing a new entry for the first time in a while. And maybe someday she'll share it. Who knows? But for now, Cassie is a little bit more Cassie and a little bit less Cassandra.
Yeah.
After all of your entries, after all of your old entries, but before any of your new entries, before you begin to write in the new, you do find one page that lies errant than everything else, in that you don't remember having written this. It's not in your script. It's in an attempt at neat cursive, but clearly still written by a teenager who hasn't really written cursive in a while. It just says, remember us. And the sign is just MT.
Pretty hard to forget.
For Allie, they start slow. They hung a lot of their reputation and a lot of their self-worth on their intelligence. They were the brainy kid in high school, and that carried on through to college. And they were the ones, and they were like they were the only one of their friend group to like make it to a PhD.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had a lot riding on them. And so without that expectation, they felt a little wayward for a bit. But slowly but surely, they begin to pick themselves back up. They actually take a job at Ripley's queer
Believe it or
cafe.
not.
Yeah.
No.
Ripley's, you fucking seeing this shit?
just to get back on their feet, and is very much receptive to the game nights that the cafe hosts. Yeah. And Sly, how has this experience changed you?
Sly left quickly after we all returned to the real world.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't hear from him for a long time. Until one day, Cassie gets a manila envelope sent her way.
Ooh.
From New York. In it, there's a letter from Sly that says, get the crew together before you read the rest of this. I'm assuming they're all together.
Yeah,
We assembled
everyone
in the cafe
Assembled.
game room back then. It's still the same coffee maker I stole from the teacher's lounge. I just it was in my backpack when we left.
I'm gonna fucking add that to this list. Sorry, Annie, did you say you were living at a hotel during your little epilogue?
No. When we came back for the high school reunion, instead of staying at my parents' house, I got a hotel instead as sort of like well, sure, I'm around, but don't, like, make a weird thing out of it. And then I think after this, I just sort of dropped that, and I was just sticking around.
Oh, then what do you want?
If you get me a cool vehicle of like a sexy motorcycle or something, will go a long way.
I was thinking something a little bit more sentimental than that.
Oh, okay, fine. I mean, it might help me impress this cute girl at the bar, but like, whatever, man.
Ooh.
You know, you do you.
Sure. Okay. Give me a second. Great. Great. So, Cassie reads this message from Sly that says, "Y'all know I have more money than anyone could ever ask for."
That's valuable, but sure.
Great start.
Strong
Love
start.
this.
Strong start, Sylvester.
But I think I was doing it wrong. And I think you all can use this a lot more than me. And in the envelope, pulls out a check for Xavier that has a massive donation to his animal shelter. Another one, and we're talking like millions.
Jeez.
Another one for the bookstore and rehab services in insert town here.
TBD, Connecticut.
Yes. Oh God. Where is it? Windsor, Connecticut. Because there's a private school there. Annie, you see the title for a fancy old Harley.
Oh.
As requested.
He was paying attention to all my notebook doodles.
Cassie, there's contact information for an editor and an offer from a literary agent.
Aw.
Aw.
And then to finish it off, there's once again a large check for Allie that the memo line says for future adventures.
Oh, that's good.
And no one sees Sly again. Not necessarily in a bad way. He might have fucked off to an island somewhere, but that's kind of the last people see of him.
Does he have red receipts on in the group chat?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We keep him in there now.
Of course.
For the audience's sake, and for the rest of us who are outside of this story, is Sly fucking off in an attempt to search for true personal inner success?
Absolutely.
Okay. I would say that if everyone else is okay with it, that everyone still leaves a chair open for Sly during game nights.
Oh,
Sure, yeah.
Of course.
As for the box of dice that started this whole journey,
Oh, throw those shits out. I don't care. This is way too much.
I will not be Jumanji'd again. I will not be Jumanji'd a second time. I will not be Zathura.
We
I will
already
not be
Jumanji
Jumanji
came
2'd.
out.
Jumanji came out, and we had to put Jumanji back in.
it sits up high in a shelf in a pawn shop somewhere. Allie having since sold it,
Some kid's gonna get Jumanji.
ready for its next group of people. And that's, I think, where I'll end it. Thank you all for playing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Holy.
Woof.
I hope
Someone needs to be ready for some jungle emergencies.
someone out there is going to find themselves in a series of jungle emergencies. I really like that
into the
SNL
body
sketch.
of Dwayne the Rock Johnson. We have to remember that the Welcome to the Jungle approach is also a possibility.
Thank you to our two wonderful guests for joining us on an emotionally cathartic and devastating all at once episode. I hope you guys enjoyed. It was lovely to roll some dice with you. Thank you to Noir for running that with an amazing amount of tact and humor. And to our regular cast, thank you for joining us as per usual. Do we have any parting announcements or thoughts before we go? Robin and Max, would you like to just real quickly tell us a little bit about Mage Hand High Five, but plug it real quick before we head on out?
For sure.
You got it.
Yep, I got it. Yeah, go ahead and check out Mage Hand High Five. It's a queer-led, story-driven actual play podcast where our main story is a fantasy western titled The Badlands, where 3 runaways are heading out into the wastelands pursued by terrifying capitalist warmongers and discover a found family along the way. I think you should check it out if you're a fan of us.
But I don't know how y'all normally end your stuff, but we usually end with high five. So.
All right.
Oh, that's good. I like it.
Well, if you don't mind us stealing that bit for this podcast, I feel like the only appropriate way to end it. How does this high five work, Max? Walk us through it.
Oh, what? Honestly, it's just whoever's talking just goes, and with that, hey, how about a high five?
All right. Well then,
There's not really anything fancy with it. It's just the literals.
all right,
like
and
it.
then
It's
each
very
of us
elegant.
in turn. So Noir, now you get to do it because you're the GM. Can you take us out on
okay.
this?
Okay, well,
So
yeah,
many high fives.
Just thank you all for joining. We will be our main campaign 3, Hunting Party, will be back July 4th, I believe, Monday. Yes. And with that, hey, how about a fist bump?
Whoa.
Oh.
How about holding hands with your 5 closest friends and cathartically re-entering the real world together, huh?
Yeah.
Awesome. Catch you guys in campaign 3.